Let's get the Dan in there. What's up, the Dan? The Dan, I got you up here as a speaker. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay.
I was sending a message to Cara. I'm not sure if it's a hardware limitation or whatnot, and apologies. I'm not the best Kaspa ambassador at the moment, half in the bag, but appreciate this space. I sent Cara a message. She might have a hardware limitation on her microphone, whatever she's using to broadcast to both Vivor and X
Yeah.
Spaces or whatnot. So
Yeah, we're still working out the kinks there. Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. I a few weeks back I tried to record a Vivor and we kind of had the same issue. And I think that's what was happening with me on my laptop, so I switched it over to the phone. I'll give her a couple more minutes. Yeah, man, I appreciate you hopping up here.
thanks, man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, well, I'll speak here and kind of get things kicked off. Feel free to request to come up and speak. This is going to be an open panel. If you guys have been on previous spaces that I've run or that Carve run, we've done a couple of them together. We're just really excited about doing this consistently, and this is really we're just what we're doing is we're participating. We really just want to continue to voice what Caspa is about, continue to learn. We want to highlight the devs, the builders, the people within the community. We think there's so much to talk about. And if any of you have listened to the guys that have run now, I believe 70 episodes for the Blockchain Banter, I had the awesome pleasure of meeting those guys in person at the Kaspa Experience. So the Kaspa Experience was in Berlin, Germany, back on September the 13th. I live in Miami, Florida. I had to fly over to London, a nice little 9 hour flight. Then I had a little 2 hour layover, and then flew into Germany for the first time, and it was a beautiful country. And I got to wear my jacket. I have one jacket because it's hot here year round in Miami. But I got to wear my jacket the entire time. Everybody else was like in t-shirts and all that, but it was cold for me. And but man, the Casp experience was pretty dope. The way everything was set up. Um, and how that event was put on. The very first speaker was Elliot, and I'm not, my background isn't much technical, but I absolutely had a great time just sitting there and taking his message in. Um, and it was just an overall. The food was great. Got to try some of Wolfie's food. Obviously, the Rock the Caspa guys, Chris Hutchinson and his brother. Um, and again, got to meet the blockchain banter guys. So it was just an overall amazing experience. And we connected at the mixer, and it was just really cool. The talk wasn't really even centered around Caspa that much. It was just like we were getting to know each other on a personal level, and that's what I loved about it. I just felt like I was really connecting with people, and I just remember one of the conversations I had. I share on my profile that plant medicine. I'm a big plant medicine guy, yogi, and it was pretty interesting to find out that some people have gone down the same path. So it was just an overall amazing experience, and that's what's kind of opened up the door to expand what they've been doing over there with blockchain banter. And we want to bring it here again. We just want to be voices in the community. We want to shine a light on anybody doing any work here. There's obviously so many positive, beautiful things happening, and the more people we have speaking on Caspa, the better, right? So yeah, the title of this is blockchain banter. Um, but we're all Caspa people here, right? And that also I think doesn't mean that we dismiss other things. I think one of the things that makes us very unique in this space is that we are willing to question things, and we are willing to go wherever we need to go to find truth. One of the things I always say is that Caspa is vibrating at the frequency of truth seekers, and the truth is catching on, and I'm really big on that. I don't find myself attached to things in life, and that's really how I've come to Caspa. I've been able to see it. And Bitcoin was the opening, And I really do think that Kaspa brings it to a whole nother level, right? Continues the original mission of peer-to-peer exchange of value without an intermediary. So yeah, it's an exciting time, and we're excited to be able to run this show, the very first episode. Let me check on Cara really quick. See if she's. I think she just messaged me. Okay. Dan, do you see? How do you guys see Cara? Do you see her as a co-host? Because on my screen it's showing that she's a co-host.
I see Cara as a co-host, and I just saw that I was still a speaker. And what everything you just said was amazing. But yeah, Cara shows as a co-host. She should be available, I think.
Yeah, she's saying that for her it still shows that she's a. Let me remove her and try. Okay, requested.
Yep, now just swap. She's a listener, and I think once you add her back, she'll probably be able to speak again.
She's connecting.
Cool.
Yeah, now I had you as a co-host though. It showed for us that you were a co-host. I,
Yeah,
I
for
I had to have
some
my
reason
partner in crime up
it
here. It was
wasn't.
it was lonely for a bit.
Oh my gosh, I know. And it's not a Vivor issue because I have
What is
Vivor
it?
running on my computer. Vivor is running fine on my computer, so this is running through my phone. So it was not a hardware issue.
Okay, well that's good to know.
Yeah, we'll
It's-
work it out.
we will. Right, it's our first time. It won't be the last time we have little kinks here and there. We'll work through it.
Yeah, it's all part of the process. So I'm
Absolutely,
loving it.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm excited to do this, and even though it's a little bit late over here on the East Coast, it works out. Bring in the energy. I got my pre-workout drink. It's gonna be like a workout for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of just briefly explain to people why and how we've decided to co-host this. Because some people may be wondering, why is this expanding? How did this happen? Did we just up and decide to do this? So I figured I'd give us a little background for people who are just learning about this. So my understanding is that Lavendi Pro and Chris had aspirations of expanding the blockchain banter some time ago, and they had reached out to someone in the past to expand it, but it just didn't work out. So it was put on the back burner. And then when the Kaspa Experience happened, and then Juan flew out to Berlin, Chris was there. My impression, I think Lavendi Pro was there. You guys had conversations.
Yeah, I
And
met them both. I met them both in person.
yeah,
Yep, they were both there.
yeah. And then I guess a conversation came up about would you be interested in doing this, right? And then just probably a week or so ago I got contacted by Chris and he said, "Hey, we'd like to expand blockchain banter and have it on a different time, a different day so we can have more people listen. We'd like you to co-host with Juan. He wants to do it with you. Is this something you'd be down with?" I said, "Definitely." And so that's when we created this and decided to do this. And this is part of Crumpet Media. So this is really cool, and we're glad to be a part of just expanding this and getting more ears on what's happening with Caspa and news and updates. So yeah, that's really cool, and I'm glad that they've given us this opportunity, and I'm glad to be able to co-host with you again, Juan. Apparently, they had heard you and I in previous spaces, and they liked how we did what we do. So that's great.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You asked me if I had mentioned you, and it was so like I had my conversation with Lavendi when I got back, and he called me probably a couple days, or he hit me up and he asked me. I'm like, absolutely. I'm down to serve, and I love running these spaces. And they're like, who do you think would be a great co-host? And they're like, we were thinking of and they brought you up. I'm like, absolutely, yeah, that would be wonderful. So they did bring somebody else up. I won't mention because it's me and you, but it was really cool that they brought us up. And yeah, when I met them in person, they had, they both have been in you've been like in the Caspa space for quite some time, and I had been listening in the background up until a couple months ago, and obviously we've done a couple spaces together, gone deep with it, and what was really cool was what they had to say about hearing us on spaces, right? They were just like, it's a different perspective, and we love how you guys, bring the human part of it to it, and how you guys connect to it. And I spoke about like the spiritual side of myself and all that, so it was just really cool for them to comment on that, and kind of want to spotlight us, but at the same time, bring us on and expand what they're doing, because this is a beautiful, beautiful project protocol, and it just, they really felt like family. That was the overwhelming feeling when I was there with them, and I felt like I'd already known them for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really like that, and I'm glad that you guys finally got to meet. I know Berlin was awesome. It was such a success, and I really wish I could have been there. I was there in spirit, but I was living vicariously through all of you. So that's great that you got to go and enjoy meeting with so many OGs over there. That's really cool.
Yeah, it was super dope. There's a handful of people who don't show themselves. They have little caricatures as profiles, and it was, like I met Seb, and he was like, "Oh, it's me, Seb." I was like, "Okay, you don't look anything like you do in your profile. Awesome to meet you." He came up to me like I was supposed to know who he was. I'm like, "No, you don't look like that in your profile." Him, and I think Kasparian was another one. He was like, "Oh, like I already knew them." I'm like, "No, I don't." But yeah, it was great. It was great to put faces to names, and there'll be more opportunities for us to meet in person like that. So yeah, I can't wait. That's just the beginning of things for sure.
How did it feel for you to be recognized by someone from or multiple people from the Kaspa community, and then you sit there and have to wait for them to tell you who they are?
Yeah, so I could relate. So okay, I played football when I was in high school and college, right? So that was the last time I would have like people walk up to me and be like, "Oh, Juan," as if I was supposed to know who they were. So it kind of brought me back to those days, but I haven't felt that in a, in a long time. It was super cool. Um, and again, like Seb is somebody pretty well known in Caspa, but it was awesome. It was super cool. It was super fun. Um, yeah, and it brought me back to the old football playing days when I'd have people be like, "Juan, we love you," and yelling at me and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
And for people in the room who are unfamiliar with Seb, you should definitely follow him. If you see him, he is a creator of a developer of an AI program he's been working on. And my understanding is that he is wanting to completely redo it from scratch so that he can have more control over it, and without giving too much away of what he's planning to do, it's really exciting stuff, and he's very intelligent. So if you ever see Seb, give him a follow. He's definitely a good one. And yeah, it'd be really cool to meet, people like him in person, and just people in general who know what Caspa's all about and have been a part of just expanding its reach.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So this week we've had some exciting new things happen. I've kind of made a list of all the things. Now, I don't expect us to talk about all these, but we're not going to have to worry about having nothing to talk about. I'll tell you that right now. We have a lot of stuff going on right now. The biggest thing are the release of smart contracts. That's huge. It just came out just a few days ago, and I know that's the talk of everything right now, but there's other stuff too. I'll just throw a few. As you know, Crypto Odie's been leading this world record attempt, and we can get into how many transactions were done, and then the future attempts. And then we have VJ that's also trying to encourage people to run public nodes, especially by Christmas. We have Michael Sutton, who recently, him and Fresh Air 08 and Jonathan Somplinski, they created the yellow paper for the VProgs, which is really huge going on right now. And then we also have these really huge influencers with 200,000, 300,000 followers that have now been talking about Kaspa publicly or asking about it, including Nick Szabo, who is the father of smart contracts, right? And he's done so much. So we can get into him. We can get into all these different new players and their opinions about Kaspa and what they're asking. And then, of course, Evanation put out that Kaspa lamp. That's been the big talk. We have Bock, who's going to try to come on in the next 30 minutes to talk about his Bitcoin Turtle NFT. He also created the stick meme coin, and he wants to talk about, I guess, some of his learning experiences, because apparently he put a lot of money into it, lost a lot of money, and he wants us to kind of learn from him. So we're going to possibly hear from him later today. And then, of course, if those of you who've been looking through the news feeds on your timeline, you probably saw Moose talking about the fee market and his opinion on that. So we can go through that. And also, for those of you that are looking at Kaspa.com to learn more about Kaspa, Kaspa Facts has been writing a lot of articles on there. And as you know, his account was suspended. So his new account is Nicola Galilei. And so if you see him, you can follow him. He's legit. And we can talk about that too later if we want, about how he was verified as him and some of the articles he's been writing. So there's a lot of things we can talk about. Also, Ori Newman, he is creating a Q&A database. We can talk about what he's doing with Stack Overflow and his just what he's doing with that. So we have a lot of things we can cover today. There's a lot of stuff going on. So we can really go in many different directions. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. Juan, if there's something that you're interested in, we can go down that rabbit hole together.
I love that you came with a list. That is what it's about. So we're gonna go with your list, and I'm good with it. Like whichever direction you want to take it.
Awesome.
JC requested to come up and speak. That I don't know if you heard the Dan earlier too.
Yeah, I
Um,
did.
okay, cool. So yeah, we can take this which way you want to go.
How about we get one of the speakers to pick which topic, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Me gusta.
All
Hey
right,
guys.
JC. Hi.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the new time slot. It's a lot more accommodating for people like myself and yeah, people in the States as well. So yeah, really cool. Welcome guys. I've been an avid listener and I've spoken a few times on the other Blockchain Banter, as you guys have as well, obviously. So yeah, no, it's really cool to see this new slot and I'm excited to see what you guys do. So yeah, welcome to the Blockchain Banter fam, I guess.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
I
Where are you
actually,
where are you joining us from?
yeah, so I'm down in Sydney, Australia, actually.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I heard the
it's
accent.
like
So.
yeah, closer to 1 p.m. here, which is great because usually when they start the blockchain banters, it's like 6 a.m. here, and I'm like, dust off the cobwebs. Try
What
and
time is it over there now? What time is it?
yeah, it's almost 1 p.m. here, so it's
Oh,
a
that's
lot more
way better.
accommodating.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good stuff.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
man.
ever heard in the blockchain banter that you're from South Miami, Juan. Is that
I
correct?
am, yes. Yeah, I'm from Miami, Florida. Yep.
Yeah, it's okay from Miami. Yeah, because I got family down in Marathon in the Keys, so extended family, I should say.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Beautiful
Keysy
place, man.
paradise.
Yeah, yeah. It's sunshine year round here. Really hot. Really, really hot.
Although I hear,
Unbearably
yeah,
hot
exactly.
sometimes. Yeah.
I guess that's why a lot of people go there to retire. It's like, nah, don't want to deal with the cold.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's easy on the bones, you know. So
Yeah, yeah, I
can't blame
agree.
people
Can't
for it
say
at
the
all.
same. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Can't say the same for here, unfortunately. Oh, it gets super cold. I actually did join because, well, I know that this is going to be a bit more low key and probably a bit more about Casper ecosystem as a whole, but I didn't actually get a chance to join on the last Blockchain Banter to give an update for Kaspa Finance. So I can leave it to the end because it sounds like you guys have got a lot on the plan sheet, I guess, for today. So, but yeah, I just have a bunch of stuff that I was going to update for Kaspa Finance and a few other things within Kaspa's DeFi. I mean, I think that's pretty exciting at the moment with smart contracts, right? So, like, that's huge, like, for Kaspa to finally have smart contracts, and they're all live now. And it went through pretty seamlessly. Like, everyone was pretty much up straight away, and liquidity is being added and all sorts of stuff straight away. So, and things have been working. So, yeah, it's been really cool to see that all sort of taking place. But yeah, I guess I'm just super excited to watch that evolution and the next step for Kaspa. And yeah, in terms of the actual L1 stuff, yeah, I mean, seeing those crazy numbers I'll let Cara reveal the figures because they're pretty epic in terms of the TPS that was achieved. That's pretty epic. So anyway, I'll take a step back and let you guys run the show. But yeah, I'm excited about this, and yeah, really excited to see this next step for Blockchain Banter as well.
Thanks, JC.
My pleasure.
Did I pronounce that right? Is it Jace or JC?
Yeah, it's Jace.
Jace.
It's a weird
I
spelling.
said
Yeah.
JC because I thought that's how Juan said it. So I'm gonna say Jace. But thank you for saying that, and that's really cool. I appreciate the support and the encouragement.
Yeah, big love, guys.
Thank you. So Dan, did you want to pick one of those things to cover, or do you think we should start with smart contracts? I think that's the biggest thing. It's the newest. I think it's the thing we're probably the most excited about. How does that sound for you?
I'm so sorry, Cara. Thank you for reaching out to me. I'm so sorry. I've been talking to my son and his future wife, trying to text message them for the last couple of minutes, and I've been void of this conversation. But I do appreciate your guys' spaces. Thank you. And I so apologize for not being more prepared to answer your question.
That's great. So, smart contracts, as a lot of you know, we've been looking forward to this for years. This isn't something we've just wanted for weeks or months. We've wanted this for years. And this is just the beginning. We're going to have better things in the future when we have VProgs. But for now, we can appreciate the fact that we have an L2. We have the ability to make programmable money. We can now more easily compete with Solana, Ethereum, all of these big players with programmable money. Now we can. Now, we could go down the rabbit hole of talking about the pros and cons of having, open versus closed source and all of that. But just to take a minute and appreciate the fact that Kasplex, which is in collaboration with the Kaspa Ecosystem Foundation, KEF, the fact that they created this, they made this happen, that definitely deserves some appreciation and round of applause. They have had a successful launch. I have not heard any legitimate complaints since the launch of anything not working correctly, which is huge. So if we can get a thumbs up for Kasplex, it was really amazing what they've done, and uh, it's a huge technical achievement what they've done because, as you know, there's never been, to my knowledge at least, any kind of smart contract on a DAG. And that itself is just taking this to a whole new level. And It's the first time that programmable dApps, DeFi protocols, and these complex smart contracts can run on Kaspa. And now we have, these amazing smart contracts that can be built. And before we talk about the fact that there's not a lot that we can look at as being finalized, new things running on it, I just want to start by saying that I did a search prompt thing with AI where I asked AI, I said, if I want to use Kaspa to make something of my own using smart contracts, can you walk me through how to do this? So, for instance, if I wanted to create a decentralized marketplace using smart contracts, how hard or how easy would it be to develop that? And I asked Grok, and it gave me step-by-step instructions on how to create that within 1 hour. I went, what? What? So, Juan, I'm going to challenge you to develop something. I'll develop something as well, but I would love to challenge you to use AI to create something using smart contracts, just following its instructions.
I'm down for that challenge. I have not had a chance to play around with what I did get a chance to meet Caspador and talk to him for a little bit. And I just went up to him. I'm like, hey man, I see all the drama on X, and I just want to tell you I appreciate you always stepping up, because he's always on the other blockchain banter, the one that they run on Monday. And yeah, man, I think all this is great, right? Whether you agree with how things are being done, or like you're saying with if is it open source or whatnot. This is the free market playing out, and they're the first ones to do this, and they're the first. There'll be others. There'll be and they'll work out the kinks and all that. So overall, it's just this is great for the ecosystem, is how I see it, and it doesn't have to be perfect. That's the whole point of all of this. It's about rolling these things out, getting us to test it, finding out, we just need to continue to be constructive with it and not get caught up in like the emotional side of it, like some people do. Because it's all positive, it's all great for the network, it's all going to work itself out in the end. And I'm a big proponent of everything on layer one. I can't wait for vprogs. Like, I don't understand vprogs, but I know that it's going to be good for the layer one. But at
Yeah.
the same time, it's a free market, and the more people are innovating, the better. It's only going to help this overall ecosystem. That's how I see it. So
Mhm.
I love AI. I actually have only been using AI since the beginning of this year. My 12-year-old son put me on it, and I use it every single day. So I'm down for the challenge, Cara. Um, of building something. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
I mean, I'm gonna try it. I have a limited coding experience. I have some experience. I mean, I've taken some coding classes in college. I took machine learning, Python, C++, stuff like
Oh wait,
that.
you're way
But
ahead of
I
me.
but I still need more practical experience. I'm familiar with some code, but I would like to build something, and I'm gonna need AI's help. There's no way I'm gonna be able to do it on my own.
The way I've
So
done
yeah.
everything, the way I've done everything in my life is I get people that are way smarter than me, to like do the heavy lifting. So that's how kind of how I see AI. AI is going to help me with all that. Just got to ask it the right questions, and then go down the rabbit hole, and it's just beautiful how Grok and Chat GPT and all that helps you figure things
Hmm.
out. It just accelerates everything. So you're way ahead of me. I don't have any experience with any of that.
Well, we're gonna learn together because this is
We're gonna learn. I love it.
new. Because in Caspa, all of us are seeing smart contracts here for the first time. A lot of us have been Bitcoin maxis or Bitcoiners, and we didn't have the ability to really build on Bitcoin. So those of us who are here on Caspa are having this opportunity for the first time to build smart contracts here, and so it's new for us, right? We have the first zkEVM rollup that's been deployed by Kasplex, and it inherits all that Ethereum compatibility. And that's just going to open so many doors. You know, that means that developers can use the same tools that they have used in the past. I'm going to be new at this, obviously, but some of those tools, my understanding, are Solidity, Hardhat, Remix, Truffle, and MetaMask. We can use those without having to learn some brand new development stack. And so the deployment is supposed to be a lot simpler now, and it should be just as simple as redirecting an RPC endpoint, which I'm told is not very difficult. So I'm excited to try some of these new things, right? And even though this is an L2 and not an L1, it still is the first time that we're having programmable money on Kaspa. And eventually, when we do have VProgs, we will have the programmability. My belief is that it'll be on the layer 1. I was looking at the yellow paper and really trying to examine what layer we're looking at. And the way that I read it is that it is on the layer 1. But I would love to hear from people who are more technical if they really want to get into that. But I think it's going to be really, really good. This has just been a long, long time coming. Now that we have this bridge, right? People can move their cast to the layer 2 environment. They can use them for gas contracts. I'm accepting your co-host invite. Let's see if this works.
It worked.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm glad to see
That
that.
just looks better. I like it that way.
That's great. Oh,
Okay.
now it shows up.
We're
Can you
good.
still hear
Continue.
me?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear you.
good. Oh, I love that. That makes me so happy.
I knew it would.
Um,
So, okay. I'm glad I did it. Continue, though. I'm sorry I cut you off.
yeah, yeah. So there's a lot that we could look at with the smart contracts. I could get into the FUD of what people are wanting from smart contracts that it doesn't have yet, but right now that's not my focus. I'm so focused right now on just celebrating the fact that we finally have them. We could have had them a month ago, but there was a need to do some polishing, some double checking, crossing T's, dotting I's, making sure it's perfect, or at least as close to perfect as can be. And now that we have them, now people are really experimenting. We have people who are making meme coins on the layer 2 and people investing in those. But we also have people like Crypto Odie, who has basically taken the reins with 50 plus people to try to get as many of them as possible to make public nodes and run liberated potatoes script. And I myself put 12 hours of time into trying to make this work. And I got close to the finish line and just couldn't get through that last hump. So the next time there's an attempt, I'm going to work with Odie and see if I can get that to work as well, so I can be a part of that. But we did so much with that, right? So just to kind of go into that for a quick second, Kaspa just had some new records. There were some records that were broken, and there were some that we were close to breaking. So it's not as though there was just one record or two records. We're looking at 3 or 4 different records. And so the highest recorded transactions per second was broken for 1 second. So for 1 single second, the highest recorded transactions for 1 second was 4,836. To put that in perspective, 2.5 years ago, when I was watching transactions like a hawk, 3 years ago even, transactions would be at 1 to 2 transactions per second. And on a good day, on a bullish day, it would go up to 5 to 6. 5 to 6 transactions a second was bullish. this week we got 4,836 transactions in 1 second. I mean, that's huge, and that's just the beginning. We had 4.62 million transactions in 2,100 seconds for an average TPS of 2,200. Over 2,000 transactions per second on average within millions of transactions. And again, this is with a lot of people, including myself, who were not able to run the script, but were trying to. I know I wasn't the only one. Kaspa Onion was also trying to get his to work. I think there were 54 of us within the group, and all of us were trying to make it happen. And my understanding is that only 5 or 6 of them were actually able to get it to work. So when the record is attempted again, those of us who were really close to getting it to work but just couldn't within the time constraints will have a little bit more time to make it work, which is going to give us a huge advantage in breaking some of those other records. So there's a few other records. I'm sure you guys have seen some of the memes that have been going around where it says that we did over 60 million transactions in a day or something like that. But there's some confusion regarding what Solana's actual top transactions are. Some people say it was around 61 million or 66 million. Some say that we already beat their record, and there's others that say that we didn't and we're really close. And that's one reason why we want to redo this record so that there's no arguing over whether we did or we didn't. We can say we did. And that's going to be coming up. Now, in order to do that, there's a lot of complicated processes that a person has to do. Like I said, it took me 12 hours of trying, and I do have some coding experience, and I was working with AI. I was taking screenshots of everything I did, and there were just a lot of details to consider that were basically not things you could just make a video and give someone a tutorial to do. It takes a lot of technical knowledge and doing trial and error. And one person's computer settings are going to be different than another, which makes running the script very different, especially if you've run previous scripts before, because then you're going to have to override certain things that were on your computer that weren't supposed to be there if you were following AI's instructions, that kind of thing. Or having to upgrade things and then have your PowerShell recognize those upgrades, cloning the GitHub, making sure you reinstall things like Rust. And those things are actually relatively easy for someone who just can follow instructions from AI. But the problem is there's a lot of path errors that require custom path creations and redefining your environment variables. There's a lot of actual things that require technical knowledge. And so to do the world record again, to do that attempt is going to take a little bit more time. We had underestimated how much time it would take for a lot of us to set this up. So a lot of us that were really close to the finish line, we're like, hey, we want another shot at this. So hopefully next time there'll be more people who do this. Those who are running private nodes, I believe they can do it too, but the hope was that we would all have public nodes. And so this is one reason why VJ right now has made a post to try to encourage more people to do public nodes. My understanding is that there's thousands of people running private nodes, but only about roughly 200 people running public nodes right now. So my understanding is, with that being a relatively small visible number of nodes, VJ wants to see that number go up into the thousands instead of hundreds. So he wants by Christmas for there to be hundreds of them, and he gave an exact number. He wants to see, I don't know where he came up with this number, but he wants to see 2,870 public CAS nodes by December 25th, because he wants to make that node chart light up like a Christmas tree. Those are his exact words. So if anyone is interested in running a public node, you will be a huge help, especially when it comes to this new world record attempt. Most people want to run their nodes privately, which I understand, especially when it comes to hiding your IP. For the world record attempt, though, I'm going from private to public because I do want to actually help give the network a little bit more of a boost. Michael Sutton actually had weighed in with Crypto Odie. Odie had said, "Hey, how come these numbers are not going up higher? We had expected there to be more." And so there was something, and I'm not very technical about this. I'm just going to kind of paraphrase it. The understanding was that there was something about a transaction where it needed to be 1 second instead of 0.1 second to avoid some kind of duplication or something like that. Again, he's more technical. Ask Michael Sutton. But there was something regarding a timing issue when it came to how fast the script was recognizing how quickly these transactions were running through the world record. And that did play a role in how many transactions were counted versus how many we were trying to create. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there. If anyone listening wants to be a part of attempting the next world record, feel free to reach out to me or Crypto Odie, and we will invite you into the world record attempt room. It's basically just a group of folks trying to collaborate on setting up the computer to handle it, basically. So yeah, I'm gonna let Juan talk from here, but I just wanted to just kind of share some of that because it's a really good achievement. A lot is being done, and because we now have smart contracts, we also want to get eyes on what kind of stress test we can put on Kaspa, what the network can handle to show that it's not going to choke the way that Solana's network chokes when it has too many transactions going on at the same time. You know, that wasn't happening with Kaspa. Although some people who were running their scripts on their private nodes, my understanding is they did have some kind of delay happening. There was something happening, but it wasn't on the public nodes, and it wasn't for people who were doing CAS transactions outside of those of us who were trying to do the record attempt. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I think I think it's really beautiful that we're stress testing the network. And I was on the spaces that Odie ran on Sunday when they attempted all of this. So I run a public node, and it was really cool seeing, going on. I looked at it from Casplytics, but also from my node, and seeing the the transactions go up as quickly as they did. And there were some things that we discovered doing that, right. So yeah, I haven't caught up with everything that I did see that Odie was going back and forth with Michael Sutton, and they suggested the public node thing. So I think that that'll help. And yeah, if we a big emphasis, not just with what VJ saying, like overall, and I think we're closer to like 350, 400 public nodes when it's full go. Because I believe on FYI it shows a certain number, and then there's a couple other sites. I think Luke runs another one, where he mentioned it's more of a test. So there's a couple sites that show a different node count, but yeah, either way, that number is low, right? So there's um, setting up a public node is really easy. Again, I'm not technical either, but I paid Caspa Silver $25 to talk to him, and which I think is a great bargain to have a conversation with them, because we get into it and talk about other things too. It's always great. But he helped me set that up, and I did it in just a couple minutes. It was really, really easy to set it up. So encourage anybody out there thinking about it, to DM me. I could probably help you set it up if you thought about it. Um, but yeah, we definitely need more nodes, and if you can make it public, it's even better. And I noticed this because Kara, you said that your node isn't public. I know that one of the concerns is like, oh, I don't want it to show on the map. Like mine shows, if you go look at Miami, the green dot, that's me, but it doesn't show. It's not like right where I live or anything. So um, yeah, it's been great. So.
Well, that's good because yeah, I don't want someone knowing where I'm at on
Yeah,
what
yeah.
street I'm at.
Yeah. It doesn't show where I live. I mean, I think I've shown on videos like where I am in Miami. I am in. I don't care if people know I'm in downtown, like right on the water, and it shows the dot like in the middle of Miami. So it's like nowhere near where I actually am. So yeah, it's it's just the dot that shows around the area where you're at. And I don't think I don't know if the IPs are public or anything like that, but I felt pretty good about it when Silver walked me through it.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely switch mine to public. Right now I have it set to private. I've got my node running. Um, I'm here on Vivor and having a chat with a few people, and one of them, Burke, who's also in our room, said that we broke a record again about the time that this stream started. And it looks like one that we broke was the one I actually just mentioned. So I guess that was the one. um, so
Yes.
Burke, yeah, so Burke, I don't know if people know, Burke actually created the new Kaspa coin. There's two of them, one that's copper tin and it's 1.12 ounces, I believe, double-sided. He handmade it. He also has a 1.5 ounce silver Kaspa coin. These are limited and numbered. So if anyone's actually interested in getting any of those coins, you can go to castcoin.shop. The copper tin one is, I think, $33, and the silver Kaspa coin is $200, and you can pay in Kaspa. So those are from Burke, and he was the one that was just mentioning to us on Vivor that Kaspa just broke another record. Now, I don't know if that's exactly the same one I just mentioned, or maybe it was another one, but that's something to just keep in mind. It looks like there are a lot of these stress tests being done, not just by Crypto Odie's group, but I believe there's a couple other groups doing this too. KRC Bot, I know that he was testing before Crypto Odie, and he was the one that made it spike. It wasn't just him though. There was one other guy. Um, I can't remember his name, but I know KRC Bot knows who he is. And the two of them have been talking back and forth about how they want to test this, what they're trying to do. And so if you're watching the transactions and you see these big giant spikes, just know that there are people who are testing this. They're doing it above board. They're telling people, hey, we're just testing. So if you see those and someone tries to FUD and say those aren't real transactions, that's not true. They may not be financial transactions buying something from Walmart, but it is securing the network. It is paying miners. It is basically playing ping pong. That's what Kaspa Onion calls it, playing ping pong, where you're sending an amount to yourself and sending it back. And I didn't even really want to bring this up, but I'll bring it up real quick. Kaspa Onion has a great idea about setting up a script where you can play ping pong with yourself for the purpose of making a Kaspa insurance policy. He was saying that, how people have insurance for a car, insurance for your health, insurance for dental, vision, etc. He thinks Kaspa needs insurance so that we never have to worry about anything. And so he thinks that if we have some sort of ping pong script that people run who want to help ensure the network, that it could be a thing. So if you are curious about that, reach out to Onion. and talk with him about it. I know that's something he really, really wants. So I just wanted to also share that. I know it's a lot I'm kind of throwing out there, but there's just so much going on right now.
Onion has some great ideas always, and
Yeah.
he's posted some pretty cool YouTube videos recently too. So you guys got to check him out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and he just made that recent video too where he was talking about the orphan blocks and
Right.
comparing Kaspa with Bitcoin.
It was the best explanation that I've heard about orphan. It was great.
Uh,
He dumbed it down for somebody like me. Like it was perfect. It made
And he
sense when I
made
watched it.
visuals.
And he just
Yeah.
exactly yeah, I'm a visual learner, so that's why it was amazing. So yeah, if you want to understand the difference between the obviously the Bitcoin and all that, he does a really really good job of breaking that down.
Yeah, and he also went a step further and changed his name on YouTube to the Bitcoin Onion instead of the
Yes,
Kaspa Onion so that people would
the
stop
Bitcoin
blocking him and
exactly.
stop
I
ignoring
noticed that.
him.
I noticed that. That was great.
Yeah, and he really, really tried his best to not shill Kaspa in the video. He really just wanted to make it seem that he's a Bitcoiner and here's how it handles orphan blocks, here's how Kaspa handles them. And of course, he's doing this while trying to appear as a Bitcoiner. And the irony is he actually is a
I was
Bitcoiner.
gonna say he is a Bitcoiner, right? He
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 has
he has a lot of
80%. He has
So
80% Bitcoin, but because on Kaspa on X he goes by the Kaspa Onion, he only has 20% Kaspa, but he's so enthusiastic about Kaspa that people block him the minute they see his name. He just got tired of it.
yeah. No, I mean I've gone through the same thing. I hold a I mean I'm in the same boat. Hold a little bit more Bitcoin than Casper right now, but it's like I'm just way more excited about Casper. But yeah, it's a thing, the blocking, right?
Yeah. Block, 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 block,
Block,
block.
block, block, yeah.
There's a K. Block. All right, Jace, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just before we move on from the TPS, it's basically correct. So yeah, Casper's recent real world mainnet TPS or transaction second, yeah, like we saw the peak at 4,757, I think it was on the 28th. But yeah, which is it slightly surpasses Solana's organic maximum, I suppose. But yeah, we had 4,830 today on Kasplex, and I think that Solana was only like 4,070 or something like that. So I mean, it's pretty significant, really, like when you think of it that way. And obviously, in testing environments, it's a bit different, because like I think on Fire Dancer they did some test where they got 1 million or something, but it's not real world. So I think theoretical maximums, it's not, you want to actually compare to real world, like what's actually happened in the real world. And I think maximum theoretical Casper was 3,000 or something since Crescendo hard fork, which was the 10 blocks per second fork. So, and it was 300 or so before that. So yeah, I guess when Dag Knight comes in and 100 BPS, the theoretical TPS could easily push 30K or even more. So yeah, as far as scalability goes to a real world, for real world applications, yeah, I mean, Casper, there's no reason why it couldn't handle mainstream adoption, really. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. 4,830, I believe, and you can check it out on Kaspalytics. Kaspalytics.
Yes, that's awesome. The number I had was 4,836. So mine was 6 more than the one you mentioned, but I got mine not from
Oh, mine
Kaspa.
just said,
Go ahead.
yeah, mine just said 4.3K. So I was like, well, probably just dropped the last 6.
And I
Okay.
know we're comparing it to Solana, but like what needs to be emphasized here that is that CASP is a proof of work protocol. So the way that the networks are secured, this defies everything that everyone has talked about for years about proof of work, right? And still, only a 2 billion market cap project. That number is so ridiculously crazy, but the fact that we're comparing it to a proof of stake network that secures the network completely differently makes that number just even that much more impressive. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. And it doesn't sacrifice any security. And for the longest time, people thought, well, you can only go really fast and be secure if you're proof of stake. And now that we have Kaspa, it shows that, hey, we can have a proof of work network that can really compete with proof of stake while being completely decentralized, proving that there's work involved instead of just relying on people who are throwing in big wads of money to say, we're staking, we own this, we're going to govern this, and no one else has any control. Now all of us are on an even playing field. All of us get the same fair shot of having Kaspa and using it, being completely decentralized. And that gives us all an opportunity to be sovereign. And I don't feel that I don't feel that with Solana or Ethereum we can really be sovereign because you're entrusting this in something very centralized. When I think of proof of stake, I don't see fairness. Me personally, I just don't see that. Now, others have, and some people have, gone with their understanding of certain proof of stake that has a more fair form of governance, and so I'm open-minded about that. But for me, proof of work is indisputable. It's not something that you can really compete with. To me, it's just in a whole new thing of its own. And I just love it. I'm glad that you brought that up, Juan. And we can really compete with Solana now that we can say programmable and it's more scarce. Solana can always produce more. And they may say, well, we're anti-inflation because we predict how much we're putting out. And we're looking at the real world and we're putting out coins based on what we feel it needs to keep up with inflation so that it's anti-inflation. But to me, that just makes it printable money. I don't see the benefit of that. And again, that's just a philosophy difference. But I like the scarcity of Kaspa. I mean, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even, it's not even just a philosophy different. It literally is about how the networks are secured. When you're, I know that this was a talking point way back, and it's something that I don't even think is brought up enough about the difference between a proof of work network versus a proof of stake. When you're securing a network through proof of stake, and let's say, like take Ethereum for example, I think you can have, I think you can run it, but you have to stake 32 Ethereum or something like that. So you actually you don't need to do much to secure that part of the network. And with proof of work, it's just a completely different way to secure the network, right? You have to literally mine these blocks and hash transactions on the network. Um, so again, the way the networks are secure, they're two completely different games that we're playing. And again, the emphasis on the difference in how the networks are secured. And again, Solana and Ethereum, they're not fair launched. There's people at the top that just sit there and don't do much. They stake their coins and they don't have to do anything to continue to earn. Like they just make money off of it's what the system is right now, just repackaged in blockchain versus what proof of work is, where the way that network is secure is like you have to put in physical energy to mine blocks and secure the network. So again, two completely different games, and the fact that we're competing with them on transactions compared with what has been said about proof of work is I don't think that's being emphasized enough, just how significant that is.
Have you ever invested in Solana?
No, I mean, you know what? That's not true. I think when I was going through my little phase of trying to make more money to buy more Bitcoin, because for me, I got it really once I did a little deep dive into Bitcoin, I was like, okay, yeah, this makes sense in terms of preserving my purchasing power over time. Like I really got off of the number go up and just making money. I made a lot of money in fiat in the fiat. I've shared this with you before, but I made a lot of money in the fiat world, and that was that was a game in itself, and that's how I see all these other projects. So like when I looked at Solana, I'm like, okay, this look at the way it's VC funded, the top 30-40%, like the coins were allocated to the insiders. That was one of the first things I looked at with everything. And when I saw that Bitcoin wasn't like that, I was like, okay, no, I need to. So long answer to your question. I bought a little Solana, but then once I realized what it was, I was like, I got rid of it for Bitcoin. And then when I discovered Kaspa, it was that just took my conviction with proof of work and maintaining my purchasing power to a whole nother level, right?
Yeah.
So I did own Solana for a little bit, but it wasn't a long time. Um, and yeah, for me, it is literally just Bitcoin and Kaspa.
Yeah. I had put $10 in Solana a few years ago, and I ignored it and just left it because I knew it was going to go up, but I only wanted to put a little money in it. And the next time I checked it, it went up 6x. And I was like, oh, here's $60.
Sixty
And
dollars,
so,
nice.
I went and sold it and bought some more Caspa with it. Anyway, I see that one of our speakers is someone I've been looking forward to hearing from. We have Bitcoin Turtle. I believe this is run by Bock.cas. Bitcoin Turtle, do you want to talk and tell us a little bit about your NFT and what's going on with that? I know that in your part of the world, it's barely 5 in the morning. So we definitely want to make this worth your while for waking up so early to be here.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's
Good
loud and
morning.
clear.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I was really enjoying your talk. I got in when you were talking about using AI for scripting. And actually, I was saying in the chat, I have been using AI heavily to work on Bitcoin the Turtle because I think I created like maybe 30 Python scripts to shuffle all the trades, to combine trades, to exclude stuff, to increase images, because I have to do all these batch processing of these 2,100 images. So actually, for that, ChatGPT was my big friend, because I had to say, okay, I have to, for all the images, I have to add, for instance, the original pixels in the right bottom corner, write a script for that, or write a script for this, or check. I wanted to, when I finished the complete collection, I wanted in my own, let's say, offline internet browser, I wanted to check the collection, to see how many turtles there were with a gold shell or whatever. And then ChatGPT created the HTML, combined all the JSONs and wrote the Python scripts, to start the local server, etc. So yeah, it's amazing, powerful if you can leverage that that AI.
That's great. Can you tell us a little bit about the creation of Bitcoin Turtle and how this came to be? Obviously, we know that Jonathan had a turtle named Slow, but what got you excited about making an NFT and kind of running with the turtle idea?
Yeah, actually, I was live listening to the complete 6 hours or more of Jonathan, and afterwards I also saw the launch of Slow. I minted Slow. I was in the other turtles, and I also reached out to the devs to try to help them to make it successful, because I recognize the significance of the moment and the importance of a coin being built on this. But as I explained in my AMA of last Monday, and I encourage people to listen to that on our X platform, I am really reluctant myself to do a token project because last year I did a token project and it really took a lot out of me. And it's something different than an NFT project. I think an NFT project, what we are doing now, is amazing. It's more about the art. And of course, people also want to see their price increase. But it's a way different game than a token project. But yeah, to get back, so I saw these token projects. I tried to help the devs out, with my experience of last year. But I didn't have the idea to, at that point, to make an NFT collection at all. I was actually working on a concept together with my designer for another NFT collection. And then I wanted to do a quick test, let's say, of with an NFT collection, because you have to deploy it on the KRC 721, etc. And I want to do that first with a test collection. So I thought, okay, let's play around with the turtle. But at that point, it came to mind, like, let's see if actually the ticker Bitcoin is still available on KRC 721, because that would be, of course, the best ticker for a Bitcoin the Turtle collection. And that was the moment that really changed everything for me, when I went into the Casper deployer and I went through the steps of deploying the NFT collection. And then I think it on the first or the second or the third step or wherever, you have to put in the ticker, and the deployer actually checks if the ticker is available. And you have to know that this protocol KRC 721 is already out there for months. So I was I was thinking, like, this ticker is already long gone, or it's prohibited, or I will get a warning that the ticker is not available for inscription. And you cannot believe my surprise when I put in Bitcoin and the deployer just went to the next step, like, okay, this sticker is available, go ahead, inscribe it. So that was the moment I was really stunned, and I really started to take this NFT project very, very, very seriously, because I knew that I was, in a unique moment in history where I was at the point of inscribing the highest value ticker in crypto. Inside the layer one of the best crypto on the planet. And so I had to take that responsibility very seriously, and do my utmost best to make it legendary and make it part of history.
Yeah, you had also mentioned that you were doing a token. Was this the stick meme coin that you were talking about?
Yeah, last year, funny, around the same time, I launched Stick, and at the time I really wanted to create a token that would get recognition from outside of the Kaspa ecosystem, so that it can draw more attention to Kaspa. So that was my main thing. And at the time, I was into a lot of KRC20 projects as an investor, but I also was in Goat with Hunter in the core team from the beginning. So I learned a lot, and yeah, my creativity just flows through me. Like today, I had a phone call actually with Onion, Kaspa Onion, and we talked about that, and he talked about all the creativity that's put in Bitcoin the Turtle, and I explained them that it just flows through me. It's not something I'm doing. It's just that, yeah, I'm sort of a channel, and all these ideas and concepts just flow through me. And that's also what happened last year with Stick. It was just, yeah, I was drawing it at the back of a napkin, literally, with another Kaspa enthusiast in the Netherlands, and it was a stick figure. And then I was like, how cool would it be if we make a stick figure into a meme, because it's so easy to draw, everybody can do it, and it's something really different than all the AI generated animals that you see out there. So then I went on to Blockchain Banter last year to announce the meme, and it was a really a really cool event. A lot of people still tell me about it, that they were inside the Blockchain Banter when I released the ticker, and that they were so excited and really liked the way that it was how do you say, communicated. Yeah, so at that time it was a 1 million mint, I think, and it was one Kaspa to mint. So at the start, that project had 100,000. Well, at the time, I think Kaspa was maybe 15 cents or something. So was a bit higher market cap, but it went out pretty fast. But at the time, also there were a lot of sniping bots. So myself, I had just managed to get 1% of the total market cap or something. And then, but that's a whole other story on itself. But let's keep it to this for now, so you could also ask some questions.
That's really cool. I actually was going to ask you a question, but you answered it in what you were saying. I was going to ask you, where'd you come up with the name Stick? But it looks like it was based on a stick figure because lots of people can participate in that. Um, can I ask what what you invested in it and what you got out of it, or was it worth it? Were you able to get what you expected out of it? Did that happen? Or my understanding is that there was a loss, and if so, I want to learn from it. So can you kind of get into that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so like my understanding at the point was that as a dev, as a leader of the project, and I made sure in the beginning I communicated everywhere like this is a community project. It's not. I'm not the biggest holder. I knew that from the beginning, because it was a fair mint. So I'm the initiator, and I expected a team to form, and that everybody would together feel responsible to make it successful. And that happened on some part, but also I learned that either let's say I say no matter that I said that, still people still always started looking at me as the leader. So that always happens in the project, even though it's a fair launch and you communicate at the beginning that you're not the biggest holder. But that aside, so from the beginning, I felt really responsible, and I communicated to everybody, like, okay, guys, I will not take any profit until we reach like 500 million market cap or something, because I don't like to, that's how they call it, dump on the buyers or create exit liquidity or whatever. So I never sold a stick. I just hold, and I was only buying more. I know that I was an early investor in Kango, and Kango went up crazy. And what I was doing, I was taking out the profit there, and I was just buying up stick all the time, all the way up. Also at the height of 2 million. So I bought a lot. I invested a lot of my private money also. To get the website, to get the starter video on X, all sort of stuff. A lot of the whales also financed exchanges, but I also helped to finance those, and especially a lot of time goes into it. And I experience it now again with the NFT project. The crypto world is awake 24/7, and if you're in such a project, and I feel responsible, I put more time in it than I thought I would do. And I have kids. I have a business in the Netherlands, so with Stick, it had cost me a lot of money. It had cost me a lot of time and stress and sleepless nights. And at the end, I didn't get anything out of it. Not financially, let's say. I learn now, a year later, that what I get out of it is the ability to create the number one NFT on Kaspa, possibly. Because I never expected that I would be doing an NFT collection now 1 year later. So it's interesting how this works, how things come around. And actually now I can deploy every fraction of any lesson, everything I learned from the hardship and the challenges, but also the great things that happened last year.
I'm really impressed that you didn't let that stop you, having that loss, that financial loss of creating Stick, instead of just saying, oh, I give up creating something. You came back with a vengeance this year to create an NFT that it looks like people are really raving about it. So that's really cool. I gotta give you props on that for just learning from it, moving forward, making something successful and not letting that stop you. So good job getting back on the horse.
Yeah, thanks. No, I was really sick of it, and actually, like, I stepped away from crypto for a while. You know, I just couldn't look at it because it was very painful. Um, and but now with NFTs, I discovered that I know when this KRC 721 was already out for a while, and I thought that when people minted, it would just go to the miners, just like with KRC 20. You know, the minting, everything from the mint goes to the miners. And then somebody told me, or I read somewhere, like, no, actually, the mint fees go to the creator. And I was like, huh, okay, that's interesting. So, the really nice thing about the NFT is that as a creator, with the first mint, so with the first 2,100 mint of Bitcoin, I get a value exchange because people buy, let's say, so the mint price was what at 100 Kaspa. So for 100 Kaspa, so let's say $8, they buy one piece of art, you know, one piece of digital property. And the value exchange is directly there, you know, and that's it. And that gives me a very nice start to feel confident to keep putting time and energy into it because I already earned money from the first effort. So it's a very very different approach than a token project, and that's also what gave me new energy to again put my creativity to work.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment, Bitcoin Turtle, just based on how you're explaining it and you talking about how this flows from you. I can respect and admire your journey and you coming up here and sharing it. I really think that that's what you know. If you are creating and you are trying to contribute, that's what it's really about, right? Like you went through a pretty rough patch, hard lessons, and then it's kind of like you just flowed into it. So I just wanted to comment on that and I appreciate you sharing that part of it. That's really what's beneath the surface, and why a big part of why we're doing this blockchain banter. So yeah, man, I appreciate you sharing the story.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. And I also want to add to that, like, although I stepped away from crypto and I went for a bit into another space of virtuals, you know, the launch of AI agents. I love innovation. I love technology. I did love to see all the AI agents being born and all the hype around that. Like my connection with Kaspa has always been there and has always been strong. And yeah, eventually I come back to Kaspa, you know. So I really also enjoy your conversation before when I just woke up and started listening to your conversation, you know, about stress testing the network and VGI, you know, making people enthusiastic to create public nodes and the work that Kaspa Silver is doing and everything. I just love Kaspa and the Kaspa community, and I'm actually in talks with Seb. He's online a lot of the times in the other blockchain banter to do more in the Netherlands to increase the adoption of Kaspa here. So yeah, the Kaspa family is just part of me, you know, the community. So yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask a question about how long it took you to create the NFT set for Bitcoin Turtle? How long did that take? And what kind of learning process did you go through in making it?
Yeah. So first of all, I was inspired a lot by Caspunks. Um, Also, a part of why my inspiration of Caspunks is that, like, I saw Caspunks for a long time, and I view it as a really unique collector's item. There's just 1,000 of them, and in the beginning, I didn't mint or buy Caspunks, so I was very late. So I paid like I think 3,200 uh, Caspa for my Caspunk, but I was like, I'm very happy that I'm a proud owner of one Caspunk. and it doesn't matter what the price will do in the future. I just want to hold this piece of Kaspa history, and that's something that really inspired me also for this collection. That and that's really different from a token project. If you hold one goat or one Kango or one Necho, you don't value that as a piece of Kaspa history if the price goes down or up. But if you hold a piece of digital art that is part of the lore of Kaspa, you value it no matter what the price is. So that's something that inspired me. But also what inspired me of Caspunks is the pixel art. I really pixel art is just something different. The ability to create a lot of meaning with a few pixels. So I first started with ChatGPT started it. I just started to ask him to draw a turtle in pixel art and that was in the 24 by 24 pixel frame that Caspunks also uses. But and it drew a base image of the turtle that's different than the one that we have now, because then I altered it to my liking. But maybe or not maybe, I will at some point create a designer series about Bitcoin, like all the steps from beginning to where we are now, to show the process of the turtle. And then you guys will see the ChatGPT image that was first born. But then the frame of 2424 was too small to put also the head and the torso and the shield and everything and the headgear I wanted to put on there. And then I made it to 28, and later on 30 times 30, just to have enough space to make it into a nice PFP on Twitter. So that was the first step, and then I just started drawing myself these some of the items, like the Bowser shield with the spikes. I did that by asking ChatGPT for a few variations of a shield with spikes, and draw myself a few of them in the pixels, because you can, you just need 6 or 7 pixels to draw a spike, and it was a very fun creative process, to do myself, to try and create some of these traits. I created the shirts myself, the bellies, like the Bitcoin belly and the Kaspa belly and the lightning belly, and to make this lightning bolt with a few pixels. I made a few different variations, and then I was happy with one of them. And this went on for a few traits. And of course, I was also working on which traits, because that's the big thing in an NFT. You have to think about, I need enough traits to create enough interesting combinations. But I wanted every trait to have significance and have a link to Bitcoin or Kaspa in a way, so all the backgrounds. And that's actually something that surprised me a lot, that the colors of Bitcoin, Lightning, and Kaspa, they mix amazingly. If you check the profile picture in the Twitter of Bitcoin the Turtle, you see the different background colors next to each other. And there you see the orange, the yellow, the green, and the gray. And those are all the official colors of Bitcoin, Lightning, and Kaspa. And they mix really, really beautifully. So I made sure that like all the traits that resemble speed, for instance, the rocket and the speed lines, etc., they link to Kaspa. The silver traits link to Kaspa. So the silver background, the silver body, the silver shell, and then you have, of course, the the items that represent slow for Bitcoin, like the old guy beard and the pipe, and the chill stick and all these kind of things. So yeah, I drew up the complete list of all the traits that I wanted to have in there, and also just added some OG crypto traits, that you just have to put in the collection either way, like the Viking helmet. And then I wanted to increase the speed up the process and also increase the quality, because I'm not a pixel artist myself, and I knew that smart contracts were coming, and I needed it to get out before smart contracts. Otherwise, I was afraid that it would have no attention at all, because everybody is only looking to smart contracts and talking about that, etc. So at that point, I went on Upwork. So I use Upwork a lot to outsource work, and I described the job. So when you are outsourcing work, the most important thing is to describe the job very thoroughly, so you can attract the right talent for it. And I wrote out the job, and then I get like, I think, 30 applicants. And at that point, it was just a matter of going through all their portfolios and asking them to make samples. And there was this one guy who he made a sample of the skeleton NFT, and maybe that's also why I love the skeleton so much. And I have a Bitcoin Turtle skeleton king with the crown with the jewels in there. One of my favorites. Also, I have a skeleton with a Kaspa cap and a chill stick, who's also a really really cool dude. Um, and he made the skeleton, and I looked into his portfolio, and he was a really really talented pixel artist for games. So I saw a lot of his work, and I saw that he was able to, in a very small frame like the one I have, create all kind of characters, and create all kinds of artifacts like fire or metal and like shiny objects, or like all these kind of things he was able to put in very little canvas. So at that moment I was completely convinced, and I hired him, and he created the rest of the traits. They were still on the list, and then it was up to me to, together with ChatGPT, create all the Python scripts to make all the combinations, because the normal combinator on online is a bit limited, because also wanted to exclude certain combinations to prevent, like colors mixing that doesn't look well together, etc. And then I did a lot of, let's say, custom hand job afterwards, because some of the traits mix up and they overlap or something, and well, a lot of hours went into it.
Well, thank you for sharing all that. I appreciate it. I think you had mentioned in a DM, your buddy Unfiated. I believe I saw him in here. Yeah, he's still in the room. How was he involved? Was he involved in the NFT or stick or both or neither? What was that? How was he involved in it?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice because you see his name is also unviated, and you guys were talking about the fiat world before. Like Juan was telling, he earned money in the fiat world. The funny thing is that I think it's yesterday, unfiated and me, we came to an agreement, and I really like this about this decentralized sub realm of crypto, is that, he lives, I will not say where he lives, because I don't want to exclude anything from him, but I'm living in the Netherlands, and he's living in an English speaking country somewhere else. And through Telegram, we came to an agreement, um, outside of the fiat world, and now we partnered up, so I'm actually really really happy, and I'm looking forward to hear him also on the space, because we
Yeah.
didn't know it. Yeah, we didn't know each other before. Not from Stick, anything. I saw him on X a lot of the times for Caspunks, so I knew who he was, and I really appreciated his content. Um, Always writing really good posts about Caspunks, and he was an admin in Caspunks also. And then, yeah, he just, but he can tell that story, I think. So he just fell in love with Bitcoin, and we started talking, and he came into the Telegram, and yeah, he came in with such amazing knowledge about NFT and rarity, etc. Yeah, we started talking, and now I'm very grateful and happy to have him as a real partner on board in this project, because I know, together you can come very far, and he and me, we both see the potential of this project, as the top NFT project in Kaspa. But beyond that, the potential that this NFT can become a top NFT project in crypto, and that's the shared vision that our whole community has. That if we do this well together as a community, we can see Bitcoin the Turtle in the top 5 NFTs in crypto, and that would get a lot of eyes on our project. So I'm discussing now with Tangem to get our NFTs on cold wallets. I'm starting a Kaspa NFT alliance with many devs from Kaspa NFTs, and together I want to discuss the best route to bigger marketplaces, to wider audiences that can be, for instance, OpenSea or other bigger marketplaces, and start communicating with them and negotiating to to get our Kaspa NFTs out there to the world. But yeah, that's another story. So, but I'm really looking forward to hear from Uninvited.
Yeah, in Unfiated, if you want to request to speak, feel free to do so.
Let's see if he knows. I think this is his first time on the space. So
All
here
right,
he's a
he's
speaker.
approved.
Awesome.
Unfiated, what's your impression with this? And yeah, share with us what you'd like about this. Let's first see if we can hear you. Can we do a mic check? Looks like we can't hear him just yet. Looks like he disconnected, but he's still trying to connect. While we're waiting for him to connect, oh, there, it looks like he's speaking now. I was just gonna say, I'm really impressed with the fact that there's collaboration being happening. There's collaboration happening with other groups that you're reaching out with Tangem. That's huge. And getting on there is a huge
Hello,
way to, bring that adoption. So definitely.
can you all hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah,
Working?
welcome.
Okay, thank you. So, good evening, Juan and Cara, and good morning, Bock. I know it's morning in the Netherlands. So, so Bock, you said that I'm from an English-speaking country. I'm from Canada, so we speak English and French. My first language is French, so my English is not the best, but I'm gonna try to quickly introduce myself. So I am in this place for a while now. I was there when KRC 20 and KRC 721 launched on Kaspa. So I invested also like Bock a lot in KRC 20 and KRC 721. I made some money. I lost some money. So it's not a like an excellent journey, but it's okay. I learned a lot. I don't have the same experience as Buck being a dev for a project, but I've been involved in many communities, many projects, many groups, and I'm the kind of person that if I invest in something, I can't just sit there and not doing anything to promote the project, to be part of the project. So I was well invested in the NFTs space. So I am the problem is I'm a bit picky on the digital art. So I like to pick and choose really well the NFTs that I buy. So like Bock said, I was really involved in Kaspunks. I did a lot of promotion for Kaspunks. I still hold some Kaspunks. I still trade them. I love the collection. It's a really good collection, high quality collection. So I did some post about Kaspunks, and Buck was following me, and he saw some of my writing, and he loved my style and everything. So when the project Bitcoin launched, at the beginning I didn't invest it directly in the project. I didn't mint directly the project because I was too busy doing other thing for other project. But I think what made me invest in Bitcoin was a post of one of my friends, is a true AI. I don't know if she's here, but she posted about Bitcoin, and I had the chance to see the actual art in a bigger display. Before I didn't like clicked on the collection or anything. I just saw like some post about it, but I saw the actual art, and automatically I fell in love with the collection, with the art. So I joined the community on Telegram, and I saw the energy on Telegram. I saw the professionalism of the dev. I knew Buck. We didn't knew that Buck was the dev at the beginning, but when I talked to him the first time, when he approached me to be his partner, I sent him some voice. He sent me some voice, so I recognized his voice from Stick, but I didn't told him. But when he revealed his identity, I told him, I guessed your voice. I was 90% sure that it was you. We did an agreement together, and I'm really happy to be part of this project. I'm gonna try to push the project as much as possible. I like the art a lot. I like the details in the collection. If you didn't listen to the EMA that he did, I think 2 days ago, he explained very well, very detailed, how he have done the collection, how he have created the collection. So he hard coded many things in the NFTs that we don't see when we look at the collection first, when we look at it at the first time. But in the EMA, he did a good job to detailed all the creativity he put in the collection. So that's it for me. So I think he did a really good job explaining what is the project in the space. And I see many turtles right now in the space. It's a really cool mini profile pic. I see, I think it's Crypto Bandits. I see Matt J, B, Hefty Vessel, K. I think it's I buy Kaspa. So I think we will take over the X platform, and we are ready to make it big.
Thank you for sharing that. Juan, do you have any thoughts on this?
This is super cool. I'm not very versed in NFTs or any of this. A big part of the reason why I wanted to host something like this and learn. And I'm inspired by what you guys are doing. I think this puts more eyes on Kaspa, brings people into the community, and I think it's really cool. I consider myself an artist. I think I have it on my profile, and it's really neat. It's really neat to learn about all this and what you guys are doing. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just want
Sorry.
to say one thing real quick? I know that Bitcoin Turtle has his hand up, but I just want to make a correction to something I said earlier, because I got a DM from KRC Bot, and he wanted to clarify that he was not playing ping pong when he was doing his test. He was doing actual financial transactions. So I just wanted to throw that in there. And also, the record that was broken is actually more than that 4,836 we were talking about. Is actually 5,584 as of an hour or two ago. So I just wanted to throw that in there real quick. Bitcoin Turtle, go ahead.
Yeah, I pushed the hand up button accidentally because I wanted to do an emoticon, but I wanted to add a little bit to Unviated story, to give a little hint for you guys if you want to watch the AMA still, and do watch the AMA. So what Unviated is talking about hard coding, um, is something that I think most proud of in this NFT collection. That, as I told you guys, I felt really responsible with the ticker Bitcoin to make it legendary. So what I did was I took a frame from the video with Jonathan, the frame in which he introduced his pet turtle for the first time to the world. And he says, we call it actually Bitcoin, say hello. And at that point, the turtle waves to the camera. And the host of the show, he has to laugh about that. And that for me was an epic moment, that the turtle was actually waving to the camera, like saying, hello, I know something that you don't know. And of course, I think I'm one of those crazy guys who think that Jonathan is really Satoshi. So when he said, like, the turtle, we set it free, but it came back. For me, that's that's the conviction that he is Satoshi. Like, that he says, like, we put Bitcoin into the world, we let it free, but then it came back in the form of Kaspa. So for me, it's one of the most epic moments in crypto history. But what Unviated is talking about, that exact moment when the turtle is waving his hand, and I explained this more in the AMA, so really watch that. I made sure that every NFT, because as I was saying with Caspunks, what I like is that if you hold one NFT, you feel like you're holding something valuable. And I also wanted to do it with this. So first of all, of course, this is your chance to hold one Bitcoin. If you cannot hold one real Bitcoin, that the price is now going up, by the way, it's amazing, $110. Then you can hold this Bitcoin. So that's one thing. But also, I want to make sure if you hold one Bitcoin NFT, then you hold a piece of history. And that's why I embedded an extra trait. It's called Original Pixels. And I embedded the square of 4x4 pixels from the original frame when the pet turtle was actually waving to the camera. And every NFT, except for the four most rare, have a piece of that frame hard coded, embedded in the right bottom corner as a signature into their NFT. So I just wanted to add that little part. And reacting to Juan, yeah, man, feel welcome to get into our group, because we have a topic about discussing the art. I really like that topic. Some people already started talking about in there, and it's great to talk about the colors and the contrast and the pixel art and everything. And we have a lot more art coming in the form of stickers and Twitter post images, etc., etc. So join us for the art.
Yeah, I like your style. I already joined the Telegram group, so I'm in there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to
Awesome. If we
learning.
could, can we, I just moved KRC Bot as a speaker, and I just kind of wanted to shift for a little bit. Is that okay with you, Juan?
Yeah, absolutely. I had Special K came up too, so I had him
Yeah,
and
yeah.
KFC bot.
Can
Let's
I
have special first. Uh-huh.
before we transition, can I just give my gratitude for you guys for hosting us?
Yeah.
Yeah, just want to say a big thank you for hosting me and Unviated to talk about our project. I'm
Thank
really
you.
grateful, and especially on this banter that's new, like expanding the banter from the UK to you guys. It's really thankful to be here. So thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing everything that you've shared. It's something that we can all learn and grow from. And we appreciate you being here and for waking up so early to share all of that too. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Awesome. All right, Special, you were here first, so you have the floor. Go ahead.
Well, good evening. Good morning, Bock. Thank you, G, for hosting this, Cara. Yeah, I have not been in love with an NFT collection. I got into crypto in 2017 and was like, heard about Bitcoin, was all in, sold completely. And then I was in and out of altcoins, but I never got into meme coins or NFTs. And when I heard of Kaspa, I started buying as much as I could. And I've since sold all my Bitcoin for Kaspa. Don't hold this against me. I did have some XRP I sold for Kaspa. H bar, sold it all
No,
for Kaspa.
no.
Yeah. And so forgiveness is key. But yeah, so I'm 100% Kaspa maxing now, or Kaspa ecosystem really. But I did buy a few Yanatoshis, and I bought a Wolfie's Bar NFT so I could participate in the pre Egra sale, token sale. So anyway, but I've never like been like in love with an NFT collection, and I mean I went nuts on this collection. I missed the mint, but I did get a few at like 99, which was under mint, which is crazy. But anyway, I say all that to say like I am in love with this collection, and I think the art is absolutely incredible, but as Brock was just saying, the story behind this collection and the thought and the love and the appreciation for, like you said, the moment in history, and such a comical moment in history that we have footage of, like the turtle crawls up to Jonathan and he like, oh, picks up, oh, this is my turtle. His name is Bitcoin. Like, say hi, Bitcoin waves. You know what I mean? But like, turtles are slow. It's so perfect because Caspa's so fast, and I like the connection to Bitcoin with the 2100. Instead of 21 million, but I like that it's a small amount of art. Um, so it's just gonna be. I think it's gonna be like it was said, a top. NFT collection in the Kaspa ecosystem. But yeah, it's wonderful. I got a few. If anyone on here doesn't have a turtle and wants one for a decent price, holler at me. Thank you
That's
guys.
awesome. Thank you for sharing that and for being so positive and putting a good word out for their project. That's really nice of you.
I put a lot of Kaspa out too. I will say that. No,
Yeah, special cat, special cat. I remember you from other spaces, man. So I'm like, okay, yeah, you changed the profile pic. But yeah, man, appreciate you coming up here. And I think I always laugh when I think about that moment when Jonathan picked up that turtle, and you're right, the turtle waved at us, and this is awesome. It's super cool to see the community coming together and creating an NFT with that. I'm totally interested and intrigued, and I've never been interested or intrigued about an NFT. So yeah, I appreciate you all coming up and sharing about this.
though the last
We'll
thing I
see.
will say, if I could, like, I never thought of it in the terms that Bach put it, but to hold this NFT that I have and that I love, and that like they're already talking in the Telegram channel about t-shirts with your specific NFT on it, hats, all kinds of merch and stuff, but like a poster for my wall in my living room. But the fact that like I don't think this will happen, but if number did go down, um it would still mean just as much because I'm not gonna sell it. Like I got several that I'm holding. You know what I mean? Like I love the art. I love the whole saga behind it, and I think it gives so much love to Jonathan and just appreciation for the storyline of cryptocurrency. From start to where we are now, and where we know Cas was gonna finish. So yeah, the fact that it's a piece of history and that it's just art is
Yeah,
is so beautiful. Like he's right. Like I love Kaspa and I hold Kaspa and I plan on holding Kaspa forever and leaving it to my children and hopefully my great great grandchildren. But um you know, to be able to hold a piece of something that is visually appealing. And you know, if I mean, I'm assuming most of us here like either music in some way or some form of art, you know, just does something for you that money could never. That, you know, even even the best money, the soundest money, the most sovereign money, freedom money, you know, that Caspa is, like, art does something that that can never do. You know what I mean? And so I didn't even think about it till he said that tonight, that, you know, it's so much more valuable regardless of, you know, what the price tag is on it. So thank you guys.
Definitely. Yeah, that's the chord that it strikes. And actually Cara and I are musicians. I know she plays guitar. But for me it's like I'm thinking of, you know, when Brock came up here and shared and exactly the way he's talking, I'm like, this would be cool to share with my son would get into this. He would love this, you know, and he loves Caspa too. So yeah,
If
this
I
is
can
definitely
put
striking a chord for sure.
maybe a few more words in there to follow up on the art and what Kara was saying. Is it okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. And it's about this maybe is a new way also for Caspa to reach other people actually, because I was a bit surprised. I'm starting in Telegram now this group of the Kaspa NFT Alliance to connect with other NFT devs. And I thought it would have been done already, but it hasn't. So I think we have a chance here also to like the art part of Caspa to get out into the world, and it also inspires me if you talk about music and other kinds of art. And I was also surprised that NFTs are not yet on Tangem, for instance. And I'm in talks with Tangem, and there is a deal on the table actually. They told us like if you are able to buy this many cards, then we can put the Caspa NFT on the top, not on the top maybe, but put it in front of our roadmap, you know. So I think there's an untapped potential here for the Caspa community to put more emphasis on art through NFTs or also look into other forms of art and digital property to also connect to a wider audience. That was what I wanted to add.
Thank you. And thank you for letting us know also about Tangem and where they stand on this, because I was wondering too, what's their policy? Where do they stand when it comes to what it takes to accept an NFT through their cards and stuff like that? Do they accept any other NFTs? Would would Caspa
Yeah,
be the first,
Caspa
or do
NFT.
they already accept NFTs?
Other NFTs, yeah, other NFTs,
Hmm.
and they showed me the roadmap. So I asked them like, you know, can we have Caspa NFT in Tangem? And they were like, the first answer was simply like, check the roadmap. And then I looked at the roadmap and there was nothing there, you know? So I came back to them. I was like, okay, I understand that you're a business, you have priorities, but is there a possibility to get Caspa A on the roadmap, Caspa NFT, and B, put it on top of the roadmap, you know? And then she was going back to the team. And then she came back with the answer like, actually, yes, it is possible, but you just have to buy this amount of cards, you know? I'm like, okay, we're progressing. So um, that it told me that it has not been done before. I think the emphasis at the moment is more on Caspa and the KRC 20 has been. But now with this Caspa NFT Alliance, I think we have a good chance to really make get eyes on also the NFT part of Caspa and take it more seriously.
How many cards are they having you pre-buy? I'm just curious.
Yeah, she told me 1,000. So I'm
Wow.
discussing now. I'm discussing now with them if that has to be one buy from us as a project, or it can be a combined buy with the Caspa NFT Alliance with multiple projects because that makes it easier, of course. Um, but actually, I'm pretty confident that even if we have to buy it as a project, because I also want to have custom Bitcoin NFT cards, I think we will be able to do it with our community because we have really strong community, like Special K just coming up here. We have a really strong community, and also like people with a lot of Kaspa, let's say. So I think we can get people together, make a crowdfunding or whatever to make this happen, because I want my NFTs on cold wallet as soon as possible. So
Yeah.
me and the community, we all see the value of it, and we will do everything to get it there as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'd like that too, and I would love to chip in to reserve one if it's possible. I know I'd like to buy one for my son. I want to get him a cold wallet, and I think having a turtle on it would be a great introduction for him. I think it'd be really a
Wow, that's
fun
so
way
cool.
to give
I
this
have
to a
not thought
teenager.
about that, but I've not thought about it. But you can get a Bitcoin for your children, of course.
Yeah, and
Actually,
with the turtle, it's really it's a good way to introduce it to a teenager because it's fun
yeah.
looking.
Actually, I have two little boys, and that's the fun thing about this work. It's not work, you know. So they see me working behind the laptop, creating these turtles, and they we have a lot of fun together, you know. They want to see all the turtles, all the combinations, you know. They they go really crazy for them.
Yeah, definitely. If we can just kind of shift gears a little bit, I want to hear from KRC Bot, and it looks like he also has a turtle in his profile picture. So it's a good segue into letting him speak a little bit about, I guess, some of these things that were not exactly the world record, but things that were including in the spikes that were happening with the transactions. I want to hear from him directly because I don't like giving misinformation or guessing, and so I just want to hear directly from the source. So KRC Bot, go ahead, take the floor.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks, Juan. Thanks, Cara. And thank you, Brock, for waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to say hello to everyone. But as you can see by the little profile picture, I've jumped in and definitely supported yet another little project here. I'm very happy about it. I'm glad other people see it, and I'm very glad that other people are enjoying it too. And like him, we're all there sharing that moment. And I jumped into a token project because I guess I like the pain. And he jumped into the NFT, and even though it wasn't planned, I saw it. I was like, yeah, let's jump into that too. So definitely a good project, and I think people should check it out. It's worth a look. Segueing over to the transactions and the rest. Yeah, some months ago, I was really curious about can Kaspa be used more than what everyone else has done on their network. What everyone else has done on their network is really just can we store this value somewhere? Can we move it from point A to point B? And so when they said it's a sequencer, I was like, oh, cool. It can do more than just have money in a wallet. It can help organize, verify, and secure other things too. And so, at least for me, I have a little bit of a different idea, a vision, and it might take a little bit of a while to get there. But what I've been doing is just exploring what the edges or the capabilities of the network are, and just to say, oh, this is what it costs, this is how far it can go. And in that process of doing those things, other people kind of notice it, and they get really excited. So Crypto Odie and Potato and Titan are some of the people I think you were trying to touch base with. But I'd say Potato started working on a script a while ago, and he's been disseminating that inside of a chat for a world record. And speaking to that effect, I think with something like 100,000 UXTOs, pushing that with whatever else was on the network, it just passed over 5,000. So that's a nice little preview of what's possible. But in doing that, he's also showing, hey, listen, we can actually beat Solana. Now, that is just to say, okay, we can spike it, we can push the network kind of thing. So that's for a moment. The next thing is like, okay, how many transactions can you do in a day? So showing that you can do, 60 million plus shows that we can also beat, let's say, the 10 million previously. And if you can get to 80 million, you're doing pretty well. That definitely solidifies something there in terms of proof of work, definitely in terms of Solana, absolutely. And then there's another one I've been looking at, which is Solana did 11.4 million transactions with 11.4 active wallets in a month. So maybe this month we can exceed the 11.4 activity through wallets, and that would be yet another thing. And collectively, through all these little things, because it's provable on chain and whatnot, it gives people the ability to say, okay, there's something here. It's not just theory. It's observable. So that's kind of the hope.
That's awesome. Can you share with us a little bit of the technical aspect of what exactly you're testing? I'm very unclear about this, and I'd love to hear exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it's not clear to a lot of people, but it's kind of a little bit out there. But I spent 5 years basically scanning businesses and thinking that there could be a better way to create like an abstracted chamber of commerce where businesses wouldn't have to go through all the complexity of going through Google and SEO and Google Places and a million other touch points just to be able to work with each other. And one of the big observations I noticed over the last couple decades is everything that really wins follows a quick recipe of bring it to you. So if you look at things like Yellow Cab and Uber, people said this isn't going to work, but ultimately, the strategy of bring it to you, really worked out. Blockbuster to Netflix, well, minus Elon Musk's recent things, but from a technology standpoint, it really, it's bring it to you. And so when you remove all the friction and you save people a lot of time, it creates immense value. So with that chain of thought, the idea here is, what if we removed all the friction points and we gathered all the data and we put it on a secure, decentralized blockchain and then made it accessible to AI? You would be, as a salesperson, as a business person, as an analyst, all those things, you'd be able to go to ChatGPT and say, okay, find me someone in the world that has this, like a good reputation, a phone number, a contact, a product, a service, and instantaneously you would be able to have access to that information unblocked. So
Can I ask a question on that
yeah.
before you continue? Because I want to make sure I'm really understanding this, because I know you've mentioned it before. So if I'm just going to throw a hypothetical, if I'm looking for someone who can sell me a volume 3 number 58 comic book of the Hulk, we'll say, and I want to buy it in Kaspa, is that something I could search on AI and then what you do would provide that, or is this something different?
So you're getting to a lower level of specificity where you want to achieve that. But so I'll give you an example. So a lot of people are taking the approach of bottom up, where you're going to go grassroots and go to one shop and convince them to use Kaspa, and then the next one and convince them to use Kaspa, and that's great. Go do that. I'm going a different approach, which is where if you plug into existing ecosystems, you have just a lower cost of customer acquisition. So for example, Magento is an enterprise e-commerce solution, and they went ahead and they sold their software to eBay. And eBay, all they did was they added a PayPal plugin, and then 30% of e-commerce had access to that because of eBay had PayPal, and then they sold it off to Adobe. So the point is, eBay was already established, already had an ecosystem, but they weren't going out to every single business saying, hey, you should really use PayPal, right? Everyone knew about PayPal, but it wasn't convincing them to use it. It wasn't convincing them to necessarily adopt it. So they came up with a different strategy. They said, we're going to create interfaces where people are already and just make it really, really easy and remove all the barriers. So that's where this idea stems from. It's that they're not mutually exclusive to the maps and everything else everyone else is doing. I employ that. But the winning strategy, the really big winning strategy hasn't been doing that. The really big winning strategy has been with like Amazon and Facebook, is that for 10 years, they're not profitable. They're only focused on one thing, growth. Getting as many people involved into it as possible. So they'll burn and have a burn rate, and they'll spend everything not having that profit just to get the amount of people that they have. And in doing so, what happens is they can just do it cheaper than everyone else. As a result, you then pay them, and they win. That's it. So if you look at if everyone goes to, for example, ChatGPT and you say, what's the amount of ad revenue and what portion of a business for Meta is ad revenue? And then you go to Google and what is it for ad revenue, and TikTok and ad revenue. And what you'll quickly find out is that all their money pretty much comes from that. But the future with, you see the adoption of AI, guess what? That circumvents everything. You're not going to these places as much anymore. You're not going to Google search as much. Your habits are changing. So the interface is changing. And then so imagine if you went to Chat GPT and instead you had the interface, you ask for the information, you're bypassing all of that stuff. You're bypassing all of the gates. And now
So
you just have
is
complete
it,
access to the information.
I'm gonna try to see if I can really get this, because I want to be able to explain to others what you're doing. And I'm hearing what you're saying, but I want to make sure I'm getting it enough that I can share it. So I'm hearing that you can go to Chat GPT and you can get financials on a company. Is that what you are? Is that what your project is providing?
If financials would be an analyst viewpoint, so that's a persona type. The primary thing is connection, right? So by doing this, you're allowing companies to connect with other companies, products and services, salespeople to connect to products and business and services for cheaper and faster. That's the baseline. Is you're creating a highway between businesses without all the friction points. The
I
other bit to it,
definitely get that. Can you give me an example of a
sure,
specific?
sure. Okay, so let's say you have a, you could be a consumer and you say, I need to get my roof fixed. What's your process of doing that? Well, first, let me go on Google, then let me search for it, then let me go to maybe Google Places, then let me go down a list, and then let me look at a bunch of reviews, and then let me, right? So everything is you searching, spending your time, effort, energy, going to look for that solution.
Right.
However, if you're using ChatGPT, you might say, okay, get me a roofer. And it's like, well, sorry, I don't have up-to-date information. I can't help you with that. However, the last time I looked on the internet, I found these, maybe you could give them a call, but that's not necessarily qualified information. It's not necessarily up to date. And it's not even the best thing for you. So if you have, let's say, a historic home, you don't want someone who's working on new construction grade shingles. You want something that's very specific for your home. So when
Yeah.
you get with AI, what happens is it starts getting to know you. It's going to understand your preferences. It has a local memory, like a codex, at least. The framing of that can be used differently between different AIs. But effectively, what the next step with AI is resonance. It wants to be effectively your friend, the long-term memory, and it's going to say, okay, I know everything about you, and I want to align with your interests to give you the best experience possible. but it needs information. And the places where it gets that information right now, not great. So if it can tap into something with real live information, it's going to use the cheapest, fastest way to do that with the least amount of errors because they're paying for electricity. So
All right, here's my
information.
next question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but I also want to make sure you don't go further while I'm stuck on this part.
Okay.
Okay, so you're providing connections between what businesses are offering at a faster, cheaper rate on the Kaspa network, right? So that ChatGPT can access it and give people information in real time for their preferences. Am I correct so far?
Yeah. That's
So the
in terms of what it technically does. It's a connection plane and gets people from Web 2 to Web 3.
Okay,
But
so the next question is, how do you integrate something that's Kaspa related with something that's not Kaspa related, like a Grok AI or with Gemini or with some of the bigger AI? Is this something that can work with that, or does this have to be a Kaspa generated AI?
no. So there's standards. One is called an MCP. And the way this interface is that you have a standard model protocol where you can speak a certain language and it's compatible, it's interoperable. So that isn't a concern. The biggest concern is just making sure that the data is fresh, up to date, accessible, scalable.
Wow.
So so that's not a problem at all. Um, the the other aspects are really just about onboarding. In any platform, you have a chicken and an egg. So by building or preceding the entire public database, you have a way to first show the world that you have this data, and then second, you can start building on it. So people see the wallets and they think of it only in terms of the current construct, which is it goes in your pocket and you make one when you need one, but it can be used for other things. So in a business world, you have safety data sheets, you have licenses, you have registration, you have real world assets, you have many other things besides just money. So you can put these things into a wallet and it's a form of communication. So it becomes data. So what Bitcoin would call spam, we can harness. And if you can simultaneously serve 800 million people or 10% of the world's population in real time, I would say that's scalable enough to do this process. Whereas I don't have another way except for private databases where you could do this. And the reason you wouldn't necessarily want to do that is because time and time again, all the private databases keep on getting compromised. So if you look up 800 million users with, for example, Facebook, database compromised. If you look at Home Depot, database compromised. Target, compromised. So if you put the records, the public information for a business isn't personal identifiable information. It's meant to be seen. Businesses are paying for this visibility, and a lot. They want to be visible. It's just that everyone's gatekeeping them. So if you remove those barriers, you'll supercharge velocity between businesses.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. That's really fascinating. So I'm hearing 800 million, which is, to me, this is an international, not a national thing you're working on, right? So I'm thinking that you're working with many databases. And then my question at this point is, are you having to deal with any international regulations, especially when you're dealing with the privacy, the gatekeeping, the people who want it visible versus the people who don't? Are you running into any like law issues with that, or what's going on?
The 800 million was a representation of Facebook and having their private user database being exploited. In terms of businesses, I'm focused on the US because of the regulatory. I do have an extended international database that exceeds over 100 million, but because of some of the factors that you spoke to, I'm not ready to bridge into those other zones. So having the data and then being able to utilize are two different things. because this is business data and it's public record, what you're doing is you're collating it and making it viable, just like having a yellow book. So all this information is in the public domain, but what you're doing is you're making it cheaper and faster to get access to. Now, if you look at something called like Apollo is recently that they just added another $100 million to their pocket. What they do is they gatekeep this and they charge you per click to reveal things like a contact information, like a phone number. Each click, credits, credits, credits. So everyone else is incentivizing to hide the information, and I'm a little bit of a contrarian here, where I'm trying to make it as available as possible, because again, this is in the public domain. It is for businesses' interests. So once you do that, then it's going to change the entire landscape, I believe. First off, there's a few categories of people that every blockchain would love to get their hands on. XRP is known for banking. Everyone else is trying to adopt the user base with person to person, but most of the money actually flows between businesses.
So how do you profit off of this? Does it come through how many people click on it, or is it with AI actually borrowing your data? Like, how do you get paid?
Good question. So I'm not interested in users having big fees, hence Kaspa. And the big thing here is to keep the price as low as possible, which means that there's places for opportunity. So it's about on-ramps and off-ramps. So for example, as an on-ramp, I'm building out like a competitor to Linktree. And then using that, you have upgrades in products and services, which would be like AI scheduling and CRM and ERP and other advanced integrations. Again, for a business, this is about cost savings. It's about time savings. And then in that time and cost savings arbitrage, you can find value.
Interesting. What do you think about this, Juan? I want to hear from you. What do you think of this?
Well, you were going with the questions. Yeah, it's fascinating. Like, I mean, I built something similar in the residential space for the security industry. So it's just really cool. I mean, I'm taking it all in. I think going down that path, and you're right. If there's some way that can be organized, that it would open up the floodgates. So I followed, what he was saying, and you asked good questions, Cara. Um, I think it's awesome, and it's just taking it to like a whole nother level.
Yeah, I would
Because
use
you could,
that.
because you can, like you, KRC Bot was saying, like, I remember talking at the Kaspa Experience with people like, oh, going door to door. That's one thing, but this is definitely, it's pretty cool. I hadn't heard it broken down like that. I think, I'm not sure if you shared something similar before, KRC Bot. I think I heard you on another space, but yeah, no, that I think it's super innovative and would absolutely help um with spreading this a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I think the week of October 10th is going to be interesting, because I've made the decision to put it on 3 exchanges,
Mhm.
and we'll see how that goes.
I'm really excited for you, and I like that you're really thinking not only outside the box, but you're thinking outside the box while scaling the box.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's
props to you
exactly.
for that.
Wow.
Well, it has a bit of potential. So if you look at TBD AI on there, people are going to probably, the first thing is notice the market cap. And that is going to translate into other systems. So I have a feeling if the communication and everything is built out, and it's a rollout, it's not going to happen overnight. It's too big to do overnight. Spend 5 years on the data, spend at least 5 months on the rollout. It has a long-term potential to do a few things. One is to feed the layer 1 Kaspa system. So Kaspa has an unfunded mandate for growth without an exact idea of where new users are coming from, and it has a need to feed the miners. So I think it has a good synergy potential. So that's kind of the first part, because it knows exactly where the customer base comes from, and I can at least show for the last 48 hours it's been feeding miners straight, and the goal is to keep on doing that, at least for like 20 years. So it's a big goal, but what that does is there's mutual respect for the network and providing support for the security model. So if you can keep the security budget fed for 20 years, I think that's a pretty good gift to the ecosystem.
It sure is. How far along are you in the project?
Well, that's hard to categorize. So the dev site, I have about 29 million of 32 million properties updated. So that has to get refreshed all the time. About a year ago, I created all of the metadata for the NFT. So that's all on GitHub, and that's verifiable. I'm deploying all the addresses on the blockchain, so that's why you see the transfers all the time. So if you go to the KRC 20 page and you look at the transfer list, you just kind of consistently see 5,000 transfers happening every 15 minutes all the time, 24/7. So that's being deployed, so to speak. And then when layer 2 is out here with IGRA, then the idea is each of those wallets become bridgeable data points for IGRA to work on a paymaster contract. So what does this mean? How does that work? What it means is that when a business can verify and onboard properly, it doesn't even have to pay in Kaspa. There's just going to be an allotment of Kaspa there to be able to do the EVM logic that they need to. So for example, if you're onboarding and let's say you paid $100 for service, then immediately you have the Kaspa saying in the wallet, and because it's affordable, then you'd be able to do all those things, which wouldn't be like dissimilar to something like if you've used KNS services and you want to update your profile and you want to save information, and it goes to the sequencer and then it gets stored to the database. The delta here is instead of using a private database, you're trying to get it on chain. Now there's some caveat to that. So like when I say on chain, it doesn't always mean within indexer blocks. It can also mean IPFS as an offload.
So I'm curious, what has been the most challenging part of this? What has been sort of something you weren't expecting to happen or did expect to happen and it was a big challenge, maybe even something you haven't gotten over yet? I'm curious about some of the hurdles you might have been facing.
I think it's just initial reaction. Usually it's just that whenever someone's looking at the project and it's been going on for years, that the first thing is like someone walks in, it's not curiosity coming from the group, and it's more like just scam, right? Like just flat out, this is wrong, this can't be right. I think it would be a perception or attitude, whereas just saying, okay, what are you trying to achieve? How are you trying to achieve it? Because keep in mind that there's no ask here. No one's asking you for your Kaspa. No one's asking you for anything. It's just there, and the community can observe it. And the rest of it is just progress updates saying, hey, look, here's another milestone. This is where it's gotten to. So for me, I don't want to call it my life's work, but you're kind of putting it out there for everyone to look at and judge. And the initial feedback is less than desirable by a lot of people, and that's tough. But you try not to take it personally because you haven't even gotten the engine turned on, right? What you're doing is you're exploring something completely different. No one's ever seen it. They don't know how to look at it, and it's going to take some time.
I'm going to give you some desirable feedback if I can. I am really impressed that you've taken on an initiative at this scale. It's so unheard of that even I'm sitting here going, this is something I've never even seen before, especially when you're dealing with interacting with a DAG network. You're doing something that's never been done in humanity, in my opinion. And so you're
Well,
really pushing the envelope here. I mean, it's been done, right? Because there's people who work with AI, but you're working with Kaspa and you're helping to improve the network. You're making it so that we help secure it. You're making it so miners get paid. You're making it so that people can find the services without so many middlemen, and they get that information quicker and they get it faster. And like you said, you're not even asking for any Kaspa from an end user to just get this information. You're really providing a public service here. And I thank you for that. And you're putting your blood, sweat, and tears into this. And a lot of this is going to be over so many people's heads that in a way you're doing thankless work. So I
so
appreciate
yeah,
what you're doing.
I appreciate everyone for showing up. The biggest thing I try to do is just show up for other projects. Add value there. I've never asked for payment. I've never asked for any of that. I just try to understand, what the needs are of the ecosystem and, go through the same hurdles everyone else is going through. And that way I can say, hey, I've been here. I've been through the same pain points. I get it. I'm here when, Change did what they did, and Kaspa market has gone down and been impacted by it. And recently with Hybit, and just trying to make sure that you don't lose your supply there and things like that. So all the same pains, and that's why I get also the knee-jerk reaction where people are skeptical. So you just do it and you keep at it and you keep at it for a long period of time. Izio here, he's for example, a good developer, part of the core, working on Cassia for a long time here, and decom, and has good ideas. And I'm looking to incorporate, his messaging protocol as best as I can, a little bit of a hybrid. And there's other people coming in with really, really great ideas. I know Izio is also working on another project with payments and businesses as well. So I think there's a lot of desire from the ecosystem to go ahead and come up with a way to get Kaspa into businesses and to the daily life of people. And in many ways, it's going to allow people to be freer and better off and safer. We think about a sovereign layer one and we think of people, but people are still locked into business communities. And if you can also get like a sovereign business layer wrapped in with it, I think that will really change things. Coming from a history with hedge funds and banking and things like that, um, the question is, what's the immense value that they bring to the table? And if, let's say, that wasn't really part of the equation, would everyone's life be a little bit better for it? And I don't think anyone in this room is going to say that they're going to feel really poor if you remove all the friction, the time, the pain, and the expense of being able to do the things that you love and care about.
Yeah, I want to like what's very present to me with the work that you're doing and how you're going about it. I do think some of it, some of it even went over a little bit of my head, but what I can see and feel from what you shared and where you're going with it, speaks to what it's like to create in the free market. And that's why, I'm excited to be on a show like this and to be able to talk to people like you and to have you share what you're doing, because you know there may be skepticism, there may be all these questions, but people that come with that criticism or come from that place, they're judging it based on what they know. And like Cara said, you're doing something within a protocol that people can't conceive right now. Their frame of reference and how they're thinking about it, there's no frame of reference. So you're totally, outside the box, but within the ecosystem of what Caspa represents, and that's really innovation. This is something, yeah. It's
The-
pretty cool what you're building, man.
I'm
So
I'm
just
not
want to tell you.
asking, yeah, I'm not asking for people's trust. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for anything except for just, be curious, right?
Yeah. Well, that
And
that's that
yeah,
speaks to what an open, decentralized protocol can do, and that's I think when people are maybe questioning things or whatnot, they're coming from a different frame of reference. So that's one of the beautiful things about building within an ecosystem like this. We've never seen anything like this. So there's never been a Kaspa. You've never been able to go down the thought process that you've gone down, and like you mentioned, this is your life's work. You've have a lot of experience with this. So I again just want to commend you and appreciate you sharing what you're doing because it's super cool. I'm like,
Also, I want to add to that.
yeah,
I want to add to Juan real quick because Juan has hit the nail on the head. And I really want you to hear this, especially because you don't get a lot of that thankfulness from people who are still, this is over their head. The frame of reference, like Juan said, is just not something most people can conceive. So I just also want to add that if you ever get discouraged, if you ever feel that people are not seeing your vision and they're calling it a scam or just not believing in it, just remember that Jonathan Sampolinsky has to deal every day with stepping online and seeing people, if he's, in spaces where people talk about Kaspa, people also call Kaspa a scam. And
yeah.
he has been doing this for 14 years plus. And even though he's not always in the Kaspa space and he's in other spaces, he has to deal with that too. And he has found a way to sort of compartmentalize. So I would encourage you to maybe channel some of that energy if you ever get discouraged that people aren't seeing your vision, to just keep doing what you're doing. Because I believe in you. I know a lot of us here who are listening to you believe in what you're doing. So please keep doing it.
The best way to kind of honor his ideas, I think, are also proving that they work, right? Finding the gaps in Caspa and coming up with a solution to fix them. So coming up and saying, hey, can we explore getting a lot of transactions in a day? Initially people might say, well, you're sending the wrong type of transaction. You're exploiting the system. Oh, you're like, none of those things are the goal. The goal is simply to say, hey, look what this network can do, and can we make it shine, right? If you're trying to attack the system, that's a different thing. And if you take that frame, you can make the argument that you're trying to DOS it or DDoS it or something like that. But no, you're just trying to show, hey, look what this can do. Isn't that amazing? And if you just take one thing away, it would be this. It's that this is all to make it better. And so there's some things that people aren't going to necessarily understand right away. And it's going to bring some attraction probably in the next couple of weeks. And I just hope that the community can be supportive, because the big thing is to say, okay, we're not marketing. We don't have this big $100 million marketing arm. So the network is the marketing, but you have to show what network can do. And then the conversations of the theory move into actuality. You say, nope, on this time, at this date, at this place, this happened. And they can verify it. And I think that's what makes it really interesting, is because once you see that, you can't unsee it. You can't dismiss it anymore. You have to fight with yourself and say, okay, well, maybe I need to be open-minded. And that's all it takes. If you can get someone to have 1%, you can earn the other 99%. It just takes time.
yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It takes time. It's about us seeing everything play out, man. So again, just appreciate what you're doing and keep at it, like Cara said.
Yeah, thank
Well,
you for sharing that and for explaining that. And if I see people throwing FUD, I'll do what I can to share what I know and what you're doing, and maybe just invite people to have a more curious mind about it without just jumping to conclusions so quickly without any research, which frankly is one of my pet peeves. There's a lot of people who just jump the gun, and it'd be nice to have a little bit more research into these things. And, I like to learn, and I hopefully will encourage others to do the same so they can look into what you're doing with a curious mind.
well, I hope you know, things will be well received. It's not a short journey. A little bit of patience will go a long way, and updates and progress will keep coming. I'm very happy that, you know, just the other day hit 5 million anchor point wallets. I understand that in Casa, FYI, that looks really weird. I understand they have a ranking system. I understand all those wonderful things. I also understand that if the wallet gets updated, the way a wallet counts might be, for example, once it's activated and it sends rather than if it receives. So the thing is that some upgrades can happen, and the perception or the measurements and the tooling can change as well. So, you know, those things aren't not feasible as well. So, I mean, as the network and the tooling and the capabilities evolve, so should the reporting, right? So, and that's okay. So, for example, even on Casa FYI, you know, just the testing and the performance of all the transactions. Khalil, who you know does all that great work there, had to go ahead and change the graph. So, you know, it advances Kaspa, it advances the ecosystem, it advances, uh, you know, everything in the right direction.
Well, thank you so much. That's really cool. Um, I'm curious. I see Burke in the audience. I don't know if he wants to be a speaker as well, but if he is interested, I would like to ask Burke about his new venture with creating silver coins, silver Kaspa coins. It looks like these are being hand hammered and stuff like that. So if he feels like jumping up to talk about it, I would love to pick his brain. Uh, I'm guessing it's a he. Could be a her. I don't know who Burke is, but I'm guessing it's a guy. So if he does want to request to speak, feel free to do so. And I also just want to thank just so many inspirational people tonight who have spoken about their adventures and NFTs and memes and financial transactions and supporting one another and trying things out and just being overall positive. I just love that kind of fellowship and just, you know, seeing the best in one another. I'm glad it's a good day and not a FUD day. So I just really appreciate the people who have spoken today. It's just been phenomenal, especially for our first episode. That's great.
Episode number one. Episode number one. Jace, did you want to? Did you mentioned in the beginning that you wanted to leave something for the end? Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Episode number one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to. I think I picked up on that. Yeah, I'm just going to throw a quick fire round, I guess. Yeah, because obviously it's been a marathon. We're almost at 3 hours. So, yeah, I guess I'll just do a quick catch up from Kaspa Finance side of things. Just the last few weeks, because we haven't had a chance to jump on the other spaces in a couple of weeks. So figured there's a lot that's actually happened since then. So yeah, obviously, as we mentioned at the start, official launch for Kasplex mainnet went live. And yeah, so we're also live on there as well. And yeah, like we've just basically been adding the farms and the pairs over the last few days. And the first ones are, of course, Nacho, Nacho Kaz, and Zealous. So they're the first pairs. Plus, we're getting a few other coins up at the moment. Both are very available to provide liquidity and for trading. And yeah, just as a reminder that it is a V3 deck. So it's not like the Kaspa.com or the Zealous, which are the V2, which are they're great. But yeah, so the idea of this is that you provide liquidity within certain price ranges. And for an explanation of that, I would direct you to our YouTube channel where I've created some tutorial vids on what that means and how to set it up. So yeah, next, I guess the APRs at the moment are showing nothing, but the rewards are ticking away in the background. The main reason for that is because we don't have our token launched yet. So we're just fixing that up. But yeah, don't worry. If you're providing liquidity, that stuff's all being calculated in the background there, and it'll be awarded, obviously, when our token goes live. So yeah, fewer partnership announcements. We got via BTC and just their capital arm and the IBC group. So I guess the IBC group is probably the most exciting one because that is Mario Northfall's investment arm. So this will hopefully put Kaspa DeFi in front of potentially 2 million people, right? So through his X account, and we'll be joining roundtables and getting the word out there. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. We're excited for that. I think James will be doing most of that legwork as he does. And speaking of that, he's actually in Token 2049 at the moment. So yeah, we did go to Kaspa Finance. That was Jacob who went there, who's a fellow Dutchman along with Seb. I did actually, tell him to go and find Seb, but funnily enough, as you were saying at the start, Jacob's avatar is a Scottish Terrier and Seb is a wad of cash. So I'm like, yep, good luck finding each other, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. I think they did find each other at the end. I think they just listen out for the Dutch accents. As I heard from the Bitcoin Turtle before actually as well. So yeah, we did Singapore, we did the Korea Blockchain Week and we went to Berlin and yeah, so James is doing the rounds at the moment at those places, again, talking about Kaspa Finance and Kaspa as a whole. So yeah, it's all exciting, getting the word out there as much as we can. And also, obviously, we've got the IGRA testnet integration live as well. So yeah, anyone who wants to use the IGRA side of things, they can check that out. But obviously, that's all just testnet at the moment. So yeah, fake tokens, fake everything. But it's all right. It's just to sort of test the network out and see how things go. And yeah, all those touch points will be measured for an airdrop later on as well for our tokens. So yeah, another thing I guess, which I've mentioned on the other blockchain banter, is the other project that I'm a part of, which is gemlaunch.fun, which is a hybrid launchpad. Basically, it just takes the sort of fair launch bonding curve graduation mechanics and it applies them to just standard token coin launches, but also projects with maybe a little bit more utility where they can actually set a treasury amount, so up to between 0 and like 25%, I think. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, so we're actually testing on testnet at the moment. We got the most of the front end all sort of built out. And yeah, the token, each token, and whether it's a pro token, which is the more advanced one, or the basic tokens, they can actually have their own little communities. So there's like a chat in there, and the ones, I guess what excites me the most is the pro token communities is they can have like little DAO. It's almost turns into a little DAO or a decentralized autonomous organization where it's token gated. So like, or basically the token creator can set it so only holders with a certain amount can do like spotlight chats, which are like your pin chats, and create polls. So yeah, people can go in and holders, people who are maybe believe in the project, can who have accumulated a bit, can go in and create polls and ask what should we do with our treasury, or what should we do for marketing, or all that sort of stuff. And part of the treasury can be awarded to engagement within the little mini ecosystem. So yeah, I mean that's I think that's a kind of a cool thing that we've all sort of got working at the moment. And it is a self-managed database at the moment, but I think it'd be really cool to do something like Kasia. Maybe try and integrate that later on down the track. We'll have to see how that can be integrated, but making it more decentralized would be pretty sweet, I think. So yeah, anyway, and yeah, so there's obviously like a gamified leaderboard to try to make it really engaging and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's plenty more to come with that later as well. And yeah, I think that's it for the most part. I'm also working on the Kaspa visualizer at the moment. I'm trying to make I've made a new cypherpunk theme, which is all teal. And at the moment, I'm trying to get the Kasplex block. So any Kasplex transactions on a block, or basically the roll up in a block, that turns white. So the block, that way you can actually see where the Kasplex transactions are in the DAG. But there's a few technical hurdles on that, just because of how it works. So yeah, I'm still trying to work that out, but it's coming along, and yeah, I'm excited for that to sort of be one of the cool tools you can go and have a look to see where the L2 transactions are sitting in the overall block DAG. So yeah, that's pretty much it for my update, I suppose.
That's a lot of updates, Jace. That's a lot of stuff you have going on. You're also doing the visualizer. That's a lot. Oh my God. What's your favorite thing you're working on right now?
I would say probably because I'm a bit more involved with it would be the gemlaunch.fun at the moment. The visualizer was really hard work. So, I mean, that went from like fun to pulling my hair out to try and get working. And then, yeah, it's back to being fun again. So yeah, I think the probably gem launch at the moment is the thing that I'm involved with, that I'm having the most fun with. And yeah, I've been making the little videos for the X announcements for Kaspa Finance. So the little ghost flying around, like that's pretty fun. So
Can I ask you a question on
I find
that?
that pretty fun.
So the
Yeah, go on.
Kaspa Finance, is this something that's going to allow borrowing? Is that what this is, or is this something else?
Yes, so we're going for the super app approach with it. I think everyone's kind of going for that because Zealous announced Fervent, and Casper.com's got their own lending and borrowing protocol as well. So I guess we're not unique in that anymore, but we did go in at the start to say, yeah, we are doing full feature, a full feature DApp. So yeah, at the start it is a DEX, so just basic swaps between token A and token B. With various routing and stuff under the hood, and obviously farms, so you can provide liquidity, all that sort of stuff. But where we do plan on, and we have, I guess, it's in the roadmap, and hopefully it's not going to come out in the not too distant future. But yeah, we're still obviously working on just the stuff going to mainnet. But yeah, you can provide your CAS. Hopefully when stablecoins come along, all that sort of stuff, you can borrow stablecoins against it and buy either more CAS with it, or participate within DeFi with those stables, or all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we will be implementing that. It's the RBV3 style lending and borrowing. And another thing we are working on at the moment is I believe they're called the A tokens. So basically creating a wrapper where you can provide liquidity, and your liquidity token can be wrapped and then used as collateral in the lending and borrowing protocol. So you can earn yield on a LP pair, and also use that as collateral to borrow against. So we got a lot of cool stuff in the works there. And so yeah, it is a super app, and it can do a lot of cool stuff. But at the moment, in its first iteration, it's just a DEX. But yes, it will be lending and borrowing in the not too distant future.
Is it too early to ask for a timeline?
Well, yeah. I think so. Yeah. I think it's too early. I mean, I would love to say in the next couple of weeks, but
Whoa.
I think it might be a month and a half away or something.
Wow.
Like
That's a lot sooner than I was expecting. That's cool. Wow.
Yeah, we got Mirza and his team are working diligently trying to get these things to market ASAP. So yeah.
Wow. Well, I am really looking forward to that. That's really cool. I gotta say, of all the things I'm looking forward to, I'm really liking this idea of being able to borrow and not, it's one more step
Yeah.
away from fiat. And that to me is the ultimate goal with getting more and more financial sovereignty. So I'm really looking forward to that.
That's it. Yeah. And the cool thing about lending and borrowing protocols is, you can put some of your CAS down as collateral, and, there's other financial primitives that can be built on top of that. Like, for example, real world debit cards, or maybe not real world per se, but still something like your Apple Pay. There are certain services you can use that could tap into DeFi. Like I've seen it on some other chains and stuff like that, where lending and borrowing protocols are used as the engine that powers the credit system. So, you know, you can basically, rather than selling your CAS, you can just basically tap and pay, and rather than it being a CAS transaction where it spends your CAS, it actually just takes out a borrow against your collateral. So that way you're not, you know, why would you spend your CAS when you can hodl it, right?
So I have a question about this, and you might be the person to answer it because I've been wondering this for a couple years now. If we have a debit card, now I realize Europe already kind of has one, but in America, I don't really know the situation where we have a debit card that where we can spend our crypto, but it's something that's in the works. I know Tangent Pay is something they're looking at for Europe and eventually be in America, etc. But my question is actually on the lines of that without being that. My question is if we, let's say I'm just thinking of a dystopian for future here. So just hypothetical with me. If we're living in a world that's based on social credit, or we have some sort of environment where Visa or MasterCard or someone who is in the third party centralization group, if they decide that they want to make it where they control whether or not you can spend your crypto using their card, are they able to do that? Or is the fact that we're using a protocol on crypto that's decentralized and permissionless and trustless, does that override the third party? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're paying in straight crypto, then no, there wouldn't be any way for them to really stop that, I wouldn't think. If you're using something that uses a bank to issue, like if it uses Visa or MasterCard and there's a bank that's issuing it, then yeah, they could definitely block it. So yeah, that's why being able to just pay, you know, scan the QR code and pay CAS, well, that's uncensorable, pretty much. So
Well,
that's where that is a lot better.
that's what we want, but here's the problem I'm facing. I'm running into businesses where they don't want to have a QR code. They just want to slide the card because they're used to a system and they're resistant to change. How do we, in your view, how do we as a world move towards global adoption where we encourage the use of QR codes to spend money? Like, how do you do that? What would you say
Well,
to push that narrative?
I would say go and visit China and then go and see what they do there, because that's literally what they do everywhere. So it's all Zhifubao or Weixin, which is WeChat. It's either AliExpress or Alipay, sorry, or WeChat. There's QR codes everywhere, and nobody uses their bank card. Everyone's going around scanning QR codes to pay there. So I mean, that's been I lived in Hong Kong for about 5 years, and whenever I'd go over to China, I'd use WeChat Pay, and it was the easiest thing ever. I'd just get my mates to send me some RMB, and I would just go and go into a shop and buy like a bottle of water or whatever, go out to dinner. Like, you can use it everywhere. Like, there's not one single place that doesn't have the ability to pay with Alipay or WeChat Pay, and they love it. And that was way before we had tap to pay here in the West. Like, you know, I guess it was around, but it was definitely not really mainstream adopted like the NFC Pay. I remember back when I first started using that WeChat Pay, I was like, wow, this is great. Like, why isn't this a thing, you know, back in Australia or wherever else? You know, I think that over there, at least, because they're so used to it and it's so normalized there. I mean, at least they would be like, yeah, sweet, this is fine. Obviously, though, it's China, so there are some other issues there, I suppose. But at the same time, like, at least the Chinese who go out into the world, they'll be like, yeah, QR code, sweet, no worries. But I guess they're a good testing ground for it to be for it being a major success. So if 1.5 billion people are totally down to use it, then hey, why aren't you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's a good point. But I guess my thing is, see, I live in an area that's almost entirely Asian. So there's Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Filipino, Indonesian. They're all over where I live. Like, I live in a very predominantly Asian area. And the places that I have tried to get to adopt Kaspa for their businesses have all been no, even though some of them are Chinese and they come from China and they're native to China. It's their first English, like English is not their first language, Chinese is, and they're not open to it. So how do we bridge China with America for the QR code? Like, what's your view on getting that here, knowing that it works over there?
It's a good question. I guess maybe it's the whole blockchain thing, but yeah, I mean, there is adoption within crypto as a whole. Obviously, the regulatory environment is loosening up in the States, and there's a lot more adoption globally. So, I mean, I guess that probably comes with the overall adoption of crypto as a whole. Uh, I would say, you've got the big investors on the big financial TV shows all talking about the various treasury companies and all that sort of stuff, the DATs and all that sort of thing that, obviously that's doing the rounds and kind of normalizing things as something that more institutions are adopting and stuff like that. So maybe it comes with that. I think, we're still could be in the tech rule of 30s, because what are we in, like 20, has it been 15 or so years? Bitcoin's been around 16 years. I mean, the average adoption curve for a new technology is about 30 years. So, I mean, the internet was 30 years, cell phones 30 years, like most things are 30 years. So are we only halfway through the adoption curve? Who knows? Maybe the next 15 years, obviously we'd like it to be now, but in the next 15 years, it'll just be like, yeah, QR code, sweet. Like it'll be completely different. So yeah, it's definitely one of these things. I think it just kind of takes time. We want things, we want it to be ready to go now and for people to be open to using it now, but sometimes it takes a little longer than that. And yeah, like I'm in the same boat as you. I'm like, hey, crypto's the financial rails of the future. Like it's not just, obscure financial primitive anymore. Like it's, you got big entities buying all this stuff up and pushing it, and basically all the tech is way better than what has been in place for however many years. We've got instant settlement. It's so easy to transfer funds from one party to another. You don't have to worry about Swift. You don't have to worry about many other potential issues. There's a lot of things that we bypass completely with crypto. So yeah, it's a hard sell. There's no doubt about it. I'd say it's a hard sell, but it'll take with time. I think that this stuff will become obvious, and that's when it'll become a lot easier. But I think at the moment, you've just got to sort of think of your best pitch, your best pitch on how to sell it, I guess.
Well, I appreciate your insight on that, and that definitely helps me feel a lot more optimistic about that, just hearing what you just said. So I needed to hear that. So thank you.
No worries. Glad I could help out a
Cara,
lot.
I'll fly in and we can pitch some of the businesses together.
That sounds great.
Okay.
I mean, my spa where I get my massages, they need to hear from you
They
because
do.
they said no to me, and I don't know why.
Just you need to call me and put me on the phone and I'll be the closer. That's
Okay.
it. No, you're gonna have to go through some no's to get some yeses because I think I've shared, but I've gotten a handful of businesses on here. They need to register on the accepted Caspa here, but yeah, it's not like Jace is saying, it's not easy. One by one, they're gonna adapt and adopt. We're still on a lot of analog here in the States. Like there's still people functioning on old systems still. So, but it's gonna happen. Only a matter of time.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that day. There's so much to look forward to. I'm just really looking forward to it a lot.
Yeah. In the meantime, we got to live it. We got to live it in our daily lives and as much as we can. That's where it starts.
Yeah. When see, here's the thing. I'm trying not to spend my Caspa because I'm trying to hold it, but every now and then I feel a need to spend, and so I'll go on Coinsbee and I'll get a gift card, right, and give my son some Robux or something like
There
that
you
with
go.
it.
And that's two transactions. You're contributing to the network. We're using.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's what we got to do
yeah.
for now. Yeah. The KRC bots. You got
KRC
your.
Bot.
Good.
Yeah, once on the layer two, we get a stable coin, like let's say USDT, um, things like, for example, spreads finance are popping up, and I think Ashton mentioned it once before. But what it allows you to do is effectively map EVM addresses to your bills, your bank account, your debit cards. And so what you can do is send a stable coin directly to those addresses, and then they'll offload it directly into that account. So you can do bill payments and things like that. So when you're dealing with a lot of vendors, that they're still, their electric bill is still in fiat, their credit card payment is still in fiat, their obligations are still in fiat. So if they know they can receive something like that, but they can have that anchor point address and then map it to a billing account, and they take like a 0.5% hit, but it's stable until then, it's feasible. So we just really need to get stables coming in and then connect a few more dots there, and then I think people are going to be a lot more open to it.
Yeah, I agree. That's gonna help onboard people way easier in businesses.
That's really cool. It looks like a few minutes ago, Burke had stepped up as a speaker
He's
to
not on.
talk about his Kaspa coins, and he wrote me on Vivor, and he had to step away for his family. So I just wanted to just let you guys know. I don't know if he'll be coming back tonight, but I just wanted to throw that in there. That he is making some really cool silver Kaspa coins, hand making them. Very cool project. I was really hoping to get to hear from him. I know we've been doing this for about 3 hours 20. Juan, I was going to ask you how your energy level's doing because I know you're 3 hours
Yeah, it's
ahead of
way
me.
it's way past my bedtime, but this has been worth it. Yeah, it's a little past 1 in the morning over here. Um, but yeah, it's dwindling down. I'm typically sleeping at this time, but this has 100% been worth it. I'm happy to be on here. Um, yeah, and if there's
Yeah, I
anybody
just
else,
wanted to check. I wanted to check and see how you're holding up because this is our first time doing it at this time. So I wanted to see if you still had energy to go a little bit more or if you wanted to wind down. What would you like to do?
well, if there, we can have somebody, we can have a couple more people up if they want to talk. If
Okay,
not, we can
cool.
wind it down.
Yeah. All right, cool. I have energy. I'm really just more worried about you because you're up really late.
I'll hang in there. I promise.
How about we let you just sort of lead on when we close since we're going to be going with your energy here.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right,
fair.
cool.
Sounds fair.
Awesome. All right, if anyone wants to request to speak, feel free to hit that button so we can hear about what's going on in your personal life with Kaspa or what's going on with your business ventures or projects or anything you might be working on that has some kind of Kaspa relation. Feel free to request to speak, and we'd like to hear from you. And while we're waiting, I also want to just briefly point out that I wish the Kaspa Onion was in here because he has been doing some real work trying to push adoption with people who have a lot of followers. And he has said that he thinks he found the secret. He thinks the secret is not to target Bitcoiners, but to target the crypto crowd.
I like
And
that.
he now has people who are that have followers 300,000 plus that are asking him, what is Kaspa? So he is taking, he's taking one for the team. He's writing people individually. He's sending people 50 plus recordings and DMs telling them what Kaspa is. So he's doing a lot of behind the scenes work. And so I just want to give a shout out to him. I just accepted Jason as a speaker. So,
Hey, yeah,
Jason, what's up?
good. How you guys doing? I've been
Yeah.
listening in here a little bit, following a lot of you people in this group, so it's cool to kind of just talk and chat a little bit. But I guess one of the things, like, I'm always pondering different things about Caspa and, how it can be utilized and all these different things. So one of the big things I always think is the Kaspa Industrial Initiative. I think it's actually going to be pretty big thing. Especially because you start looking at the energy trading aspect of it, and as you see, like, green energy, you see Paul Von Son, tweeting about solar and stuff like that. So I start relating it to, like, when you're looking at TVL, like, I know in a lot, we don't really have as much TVL in Casper right now as, like an Ethereum or Solana or something like that. And obviously that'll come with smart contracts. But, and that's what the obviously KII is doing. But when you start thinking about the energy trading aspect of what KII is bringing, it's almost like a built-in organic TVL, because if they start adopting and bringing in all this, green energy, solar, all these other things, and you're looking at, projections over the next amount of years that, green energy can get up to like 4 trillion in, value. That's going to be constant energy trading every day inside of the Kaspa network. So that, like, alone starts to create a floor price for Kaspa. So I mean, where it's gonna go, I kind of want to start crunching numbers and, like, looking at things, and maybe over the next, like, few weeks, I'll, like, try to come up with a little framework. It's all hypothetical, I guess I would say, but I think it's just interesting to. I think maybe a lot of people in the Kaspa space don't realize how big that potentially could be. You could essentially have billions of dollars trading, you know, daily, monthly, and that's actually bringing a real world use case inside of the network. So I don't know. I guess that's just one of my takes to throw out there, but I was just kind of curious
Yeah.
on your thoughts on where you see KI going and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I think they're the wild card. They have a lot of different projects they're working on, and they're working constantly behind the scenes. One of
Hmm.
them had actually told me from that group that they work tirelessly. And in my opinion is, and they acknowledge this, they're doing something that's never been done in the history of humanity.
Hmm.
They're trying to push something that's never been done. Sure, they do energy trading and have history with energy with, the Desert Initiative,
Yep.
but with incorporating Kaspa into this, and the bridges that they're trying to make, these connections they're trying to make with the biggest of the biggest collaborators, probably even on a government level, although I don't know for certain, I'm guessing. And they've signed NDAs, so I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that they're dealing with, you know, government and a lot of business and a lot of those groups that make a lot of policy changes. And I'm guessing it's in that, even though I'm speculating, but that's usually what happens in these situations.
Yeah.
And
No.
they're doing
I
what's never been done.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
100%. Like, I think about that a lot, and how it's like such a unique aspect, to what Casper's bringing, and the fact that, like, you hear how, like, Paul Von Son is like, they basically were trying to build what Caspa was already doing, or what already Caspa could do for them, but probably even better. So it's kind of interesting that they're able to that they discovered Caspa, let's say, and they're building upon it.
Yeah. And even though it's written nowhere, we can read between the lines. Who controls and deals and manages with energy in America? The Department of Energy, right?
Hmm.
Or we're dealing with some major players here. And there's a lot that I could say about the Department of Energy that has nothing to do with CASPA. Just from my previous experience working on land that was owned by them, and knowing what they're involved with on a national level. Uh, they're huge players, and this, like you said, could be billions of dollars of transactions just in energy alone. not to mention the fact that drones are something no one wants to talk about, it seems, except me. It's always something I want to talk about. And now it's on the radar of Key. So now I'm just like, all my spidey senses are on.
And what I'm curious, what are you saying in relation to drones?
So on Key's website, and I'm going to pull it up just to make sure that I am saying accurate information. I believe they're working with, or looking to do a project with some kind of delivery system with drones. However, my interest is not regarding delivery, but that's what they have on here.
Are you talking
What
about like delivery, like an Amazon type service, or you mean like related to energy?
I'm going to pull it up right now. Hold on a second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious because I never really actually heard anything about this.
Oh, yeah. Let's see here. They call it Airspace 3D.
Okay.
Here's what it says. I'm going to read it. Airspace 3D aims to leverage Kaspa's BlockTag technology for real-time 3D airspace tracking, smart contracts for airspace allocation, and decentralized air traffic control. This will enhance efficiency and safety in aerial logistics and urban air mobility, right? So that's part of it. And then they have, let's see if I can find it. There was something in here I read about drones and delivery. Let's see if I can find it.
Not to cut you off, but we got the Kaspa node in outer space. Now we're going aerial. I think Kaspa's going to the moon. Kaspa's going to the moon. We just have to accept it.
Yeah. And so on Key's website, on their initiatives page, they have a real life example for their airspace 3D management. It says a national airspace authority that can partner with Airspace 3D to digitally coordinate drone deliveries in major cities. With real-time tracking and smart contracts, flights will be instantly approved, routes dynamically allocated, and collision risks proactively managed. Tokenized airspace corridors will ensure secure, efficient drone operations. Excuse me, enabling faster emergency response, seamless infrastructure monitoring, and urban air taxi services. So again, that's on Key's website. That includes, I mean, when I read that and I'm thinking about flights is part of energy.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right? And even though it doesn't use the word energy anywhere in this section, it involves energy. Now, my interest in drones is very different than this, but yet this is kind of opening that. So my interest in drones when it comes to this is how it plays a role in war. Because if you look at every year's budget for the government, they have 80 plus millions of dollars that they dedicate towards drones that they send to different wars, like the Ukrainian war or whatever.
I got you.
Now, I'm not in support in one way or another of different wars because it's not my space, it's not my lane. I kind of stay out of it. But from a financial perspective, if I'm going to invest in a drone service, I want to invest in one that's the fastest, the most precise, the most decentralized, one that's not going to be able to be censored, etc. And Kaspa fits the bill. My concern, my thing that I think about that keeps me awake is what happens when you have multiple countries using Kaspa's drone technology, having drone wars. Then it's going to rely on people who have smart contracts or the best hardware to reduce latency, whatever you want to call it, or having something delivered at a certain speed or at a certain time or with a certain delivery. And I don't know how that works, but I'm guessing it's military. So I would not be surprised, just speculating here, I would not be surprised if this Airspace 3D that's on Key's website is somehow opening a door, maybe possibly just speculating, to something that could be eventually military.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like anything. If it can be used for good, it can be used for bad. the technology is there, and obviously, I'm sure it's not just
Yeah.
about war. I'm sure there's a lot like you said like air
Yeah.
traffic control and all these other things.
Delivery. Yeah.
But
Amazon's looking to do deliveries. We have there's a lot, but when I think of the money, I'm thinking Amazon deliveries and I'm thinking war. Those are the two big drone
yeah,
things for me that just make me go, okay, there's billions in there.
yeah, and that's even how I relate it to like the KII. There's always going to be the crypto speculation for a while that people are going to invest, hoping the market rips, and those boom and bust cycles. That's all going to happen. I just feel like you also see this as like a where we're at now. I think we're in that like internet kind of adoption era of crypto, and I feel like like there's always, you think of the .com bubbles. Some of the companies survives, the Amazons survived, and the pets.com went they're a fossil now. They went the way of the buffalo, or whatever you want to say. So I feel like with Kaspa, it's like actually eventually getting enough use cases through, smart contracts, stable coins, like we're talking about drones and aerospace engineering and, the KII and all these other things that, like when I say TVL, obviously like you're locking in money through DeFi, which is coming to Kaspa too, which is another aspect. But now you're also having the KII. So you have energy that's constantly putting in a floor for Kaspa so that it's real world utility. So I think we're going to get to a point where Kaspa is out of this like speculation and boom and bust, where it's just so utilized that there's
Yeah.
just so much money coming into the network that it's almost, we're at 2 billion in market cap right now, roughly, a little bit more, I guess you would say, that there's just going to be so much coming in that the floor is just going to kind of keep growing when the network adoption comes in with all these different use cases.
Oh
I think.
yeah. I mean, because you mentioned DeFi, right? Well, Cass is Key is working on Cass Union, which is a
Hmm.
decentralized credit union.
And that's what I was
Imagine the use cases of that, right?
that's what I was thinking about today. I'm just like, you're sending money through Western Union, and if it's $1,000 you're sending, they're taking away like $50, $100,
Yeah,
just to
and
to transfer that. Imagine if you just, and like I get it, like you might not be able to send actual Kaspa because you're worried about price fluctuations or whatever. But when smart contracts are there and you have a USD backed stable coin through Tether, Circle, whatever, or maybe even to the KII, Warp Core, or whatever, they have their own stable coin. You're going to be able to send that in 2 seconds. You can send
mhm.
$1,000. You can send $999.99 to you to someone instead of $950.
Yeah, and they
So
can
I think.
directly compete with even military-based unions like the Navy Federal Credit Union, right?
Mhm.
So they're in a position to really be a top competitor to a lot of these TradFi credit unions. And I don't want to knock Navy because I use them and I love them and they really were there for me when I needed them.
Of course,
But I
yeah,
think it's great to have that decentralized option because, there's always a fear of being debanked. It can happen to anyone for any opinion they have that is wrong thought. And we
yeah,
live in a world where you're not supposed to speak of certain things and you can be debanked or have a group of people who don't like you and then they urge banks to debank you and then they feel that public pressure. And so it's so important to have an alternative and have that sovereignty of money that you're not going to be debanked based on an opinion or having the public be against you because you are or are not woke or
yeah, yeah.
whatever. Um,
I
and all the
100%, yeah.
political opinions, all of that. So it's just so important to have this. And so I'm really looking forward to all these new decentralized systems that are coming that are going to be built on Caspa, especially when we get VProgs, because then we're
Oh
not going to
yeah.
be reliant on layer two for any of that. And this, I would trust that more.
No,
I don't really
100%, yeah.
want, yeah, I don't want to use a layer two. I'm willing to, but I don't want to. I
Well, I
want to
think
use a layer one.
I kind of think that goes to the point where you were saying before about having a US, like you're saying, like sending Kaspa or sending a stablecoin, could it be blocked? You know, like whatever. Obviously, if you're
Yeah,
using the direct Kaspa network, like it's decentralized, it can't be blocked. No one can stop it. But as where, like,
exactly.
you know, if you are using a USD Circle coin or whatever, I don't know if they have any sort of backdoors, you know, that they could do something with. But like you said, if it's directly native to Kaspa, then they're not really going to, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything like that.
You know, one thing that I don't know the answer to, I have asked and I have not gotten an answer yet, but I'm curious if it's ever possible for Kaspa to be hard forked or worked in such a way that we can be blocked. Is that
Mm,
ever going to happen? Can that happen? Is there a way to prevent it from happening? Is this all in the hands of devs? That's something that I wonder about, because
mm,
we hear a lot about this one world agenda, about, you know, programmable money and everyone using a digital cash currency system. If that ends up being Kaspa, which I'm glad we're early, but
yeah,
if it is, I want to be prepared for the idea that, hey, what if sovereignty is not as much of a utopia as I want it to be, right? Because I
I,
really want that.
well, of course, and I think that's kind of why we're here. I would think because Kaspa is sort of like that best form of sovereign money, at least what we're, you know, at least told to believe. I'm obviously not as technical savvy as any of the developers, and I don't know, you know, all the codes and all this stuff. But, you know, when you know, looking at proof of work and proof of stake and all these other type of networks, you know, Caspa just screams that, yeah, it's like literally like Satoshi's vision, but on a peer-to-peer network, you know, peer-to-peer network that actually works. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen what Crypto Odie or whatever, like I don't know if it was Crypto Odie or I think it was him, but who was doing all the different transactions versus everyone else. Like you can see how fast all networks are. Caspa's still beating all these other networks, but you know, yet it's proof of work. It's decentralized. It actually works. It actually is doing what you are believed to. You know, we all thought that about Bitcoin, I guess, but Bitcoin is obviously clearly slower. You know, I've used it. I've sent transactions, and you're sitting there for an hour, 2 hours, like, you know, wondering if it's going to go through, where it's at. So I just think Caspa is probably the best example of decentralized money that I can see right now. I mean, as far as
Yeah.
backdoors and anything else goes, I don't, you know, I don't think I see that. And I think, like, obviously, you see, like, Jonathan is obviously, you know, wants to create a decentralized network. So I feel like his vision's there and what he's creating is actually true, you know. So I believe it, you know, as much as I can.
And I want to add to that. I think that's why running a node and having as many nodes on the network as possible is super important, right? It's a
Hmm.
community project. It was fair launch. It's decentralized. You know, like you run a node, Kara. And nice to meet you, Jason. Seen you
Yeah,
around.
man, I've seen it
Yeah, I've seen you around quite a bit, man. Appreciate you coming up.
for sure. Thanks for having me up here.
But yeah, you know, like those are definitely thoughts that people have, Kara. I'm with you there, and that's why I think Casp is so beautiful. And you know, Bitcoin started that, right? Bitcoin, the network is the nodes. So that's why it's super important that we're all running nodes, that we participate in the network, that we're speaking the way we're speaking about it, and we're open. And you know, there has to be consensus for a hard fork. So we would all have to
So
agree.
that's
All the
the
nodes
other
would have to
thing.
agree.
I want to pick your brain on this one. So it does take consensus, but does it require the consensus of the developers, or does it require the consensus of controlling governments and or lobbyists that control the governments?
Well, on Caspa, an example of it.
For now, it's the developers, but what
Well, here's
happens
the
if?
but here's
If
the
it-
here's the deal, right? Like even look back to when we upgraded to the Crescendo to 10 BPS, right? Technically, I mean, I don't know how many nodes. We know how many public nodes are on the network, but technically people could have not decided to do that. Now we knew it in consensus that that's what people wanted, and we know the roadmap that's been laid out. But it would, you have an opinion, or I'm sorry, you have a vote towards which way the network is going to go, and for there to be, like think back to what happened with Bitcoin hard forking, the big blocks versus small blocks. That's what happened in 2017 with them. They decided not to scale on the base layer, and that's why they did the hard fork and Bitcoin Cash was created. So, is it possible? It would have to be consensus from the nodes. So again, the way I see it, the more amount of nodes that are on the network, the better decentralized we are, and you have a say. But we as a whole decide which way the protocol goes.
So just so I'm clear, because that's actually new information to me. If I'm just going to throw a hypothetical, let's say XYZ country wants to say, we're going to block anyone in this country, America. Let's say they're going to block Americans from using Kaspa. Now, obviously they can't do it because of nodes, but if they were to somehow, I don't know, block the ability of nodes to connect with, I don't know, whatever, because we see this happening in other countries. I've seen this. We see this in China? Aren't there
They
places where
ban
they're
they
not
ban
allowed?
mining. They ban mining, but like how I don't understand how they're gonna
Okay.
block me from
So
getting on the internet and running a node. But I don't.
Yeah, that's
okay,
a
so they'd have to basically block an IP, right?
Yeah, like I do think did China ban the internet from? Yeah, but then you can just get a VPN and get around it.
yeah, that's exactly. I was going to say, just
You
get a
know.
VPN and you're.
But if you do a VPN, aren't you then running a private node and not a public node, or am I wrong on that?
That
That's
would
a good
be
question. If there's anybody
that I
who,
wouldn't know.
yeah, that's a good
I'm,
question. I
I'm
wouldn't know either.
Because see, I want to run a VPN and have a public node, and that's one of the issues I'm having with my node is that right now it's
that's what
private, and when I put a VPN, I'm not sure what's
I would say.
happening.
You probably can't because you're running a public node
Right.
and giving away your information, and then you're trying to be anonymous through a VPN. So I don't. You
Oh,
kind of.
let me interject here. Can you have an IP that isn't at your house or your physical location, that's somewhere else, and have a VPN? And the answer is yes, absolutely.
Right.
Can you run a node and have it not be at your physical home and use a VPN? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
There we go. That clears that up.
So you can have a public node and use a VPN with a different IP address.
Yep. And
Okay.
the IP address that you're using just has to be able to forward the port. So that's the main thing. So there's a P2P port for mainnet. You just have to be able to forward that, and then as long as you can do that, you're good to go.
Would you use the same port 16111, or would it be something different?
Correct. It's that same port.
Okay. Well, that's
So
very helpful information. Thank you.
yeah, now you have to look at the small print, make sure that you can get a dedicated IP. You might have to pay more for it. You have to make sure that you have enough bandwidth. You have to make sure that they don't shut down every 15 minutes, things like that. But the question is a technical one. Can you do it? Yes. Who's the provider? That's a different one. Now, if you can't find a provider, you could effectively make your own, and that would take the form of getting either a VPS or a box hosted, and then you would create a VPN between yourself and that box and forward the traffic. I know that sounds really technical and potentially scary, but people are doing
No, that's fine.
all day. Yeah, they're using like WireGuard as a light, fast way of doing it. And there are some managed solutions like NetBird, and I'll send you a link.
Netbird. Do you know if there's any Kaspa decentralized projects in the works that are offering VPS type of services?
Yeah, there is a KRC 20 project. Again, people, they're trying to incentivize it. The project's called Codex, and they had edge nodes and what they're calling cloud nodes. And the cloud nodes, they were effectively, instead of running it from your home and a VPN, they were just saying up the node for you in the cloud. So if you're okay with hosting something in the cloud, you can just host it there too.
So when you say codex, can you spell that? Is that with a C or a K? Because I want to look this up.
Okay, yeah, it's a KRC 20 project. So it starts with a K.
I think,
Okay, I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
yeah, I seen it when I was flipping through, X, Twitter, whatever, at one time.
Yeah, I
But I
think
didn't look into it much.
yeah, I think the guys have a good idea, which is that they said their objective is to get as many, public nodes out in the ecosystem, but people were giving them a hard time because, of tokenomics and things like that. But I think the idea of saying, okay, let's get 10 times, 20 times the amount of public nodes into the ecosystem is just a good idea. And I think the rest of it can be either matured or fixed, right? So you go in there and you have some younger guys that have an idea, they don't know if other people are going to accept it. But the point is it a good idea? Yeah. Can you fix some of the other stuff? Sure. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But the idea of getting them up there, I think everyone can get behind that.
Well, I appreciate that. That's something I want to look at. I can tell you from personal experience, I get very paranoid very quickly, especially when I hear about what countries are doing financially and debanking huge groups of people. I want to be prepared. I want to be prepared for the possible inevitability. This is where my paranoia comes out, but I just want to be prepared so that I don't have the rug pulled from me. And I want to have decentralized everything eventually. That's my goal.
I
So
mean,
I
I mean,
appreciate that.
I think that's kind of like why we're all here in that aspect is like we all want our money to be decentralized and we want to own and hold our own value, like whether you're right or wrong, you don't want your money tied to some political agenda, banking agenda, anything like that. So I definitely think that's why we're kind of all here and really invested in this space.
True. I do want to say this though, and this is one reason I brought it up because I know there might be some Bitcoiners who'll go back and play this on a recording and listen. And I have heard them argue on their spaces where they say that sovereignty is not that important to people. And
Well,
I so disagree. And
I'm
this is why decentralization is so important. And I'm glad, Jason, that you brought up the fact that that's why most of us are here. It is
but
important to
but
us.
and that's the thing is because like people are kind of sleepwalking a little bit, and it's obviously we all have the U.S. dollar here, right? So that's what you're given. Like you don't have a choice in the matter. You work, you're paid in the dollar, right? Like so, but your dollar is like it's. I always use this analogy when I talk to people or whatever, and it's like whatever you have invested. Let's say you have $1,000 in your savings account, $10,000 in your savings account. It's like yeah, you open up your app or your screen or your printout, whatever you're looking at, and you have the 10,000 there, but you really with inflation and everything going on, you really don't have $10,000. Like you could sit there and your app might tell you 5, 10 years from now you have $10,000, but if the dollar's being inflated away, even at 2% a year, or we all know it's probably more than 2%, but let's just say 5%, 10%. Let's say 10%. Your $10,000 is now worth $9,000 or whatever. So like people, it's easy to you just because you're given dollars, but really you're actually over time just keep losing money. And I think that it's like I don't know, I guess I'm trying to relate it to the sense that like you want a network that's decentralized, secure, that you own your own value. Whereas you constantly have the government printing away your money and stuff like that. So I guess that's kind of why I'm in Kaspa, is because it's the most decentralized to me, I can create and keep my own store of value. I mean, obviously the network has to grow and everything, but to me, it's like the Bitcoin principles, you know, it's a fixed asset, it's backed by proof of work.
Yeah, Jason, I'm with you, and it's, you know, again, it's Bitcoin and Caspa for me because of the foundational principles of being decentralized, secure, and bounded by energy. And going
Hmm.
back to what I said earlier, I said this, you know, a couple hours ago, but the fact is that we don't have a frame of reference, and I do think that like the fear and the worry and the doubts and all that is normal and natural because
Yep.
that is the system that we come from. We come from a, like you talked about, we've known as, you know, a whole dollars. And I've shared this before. Looking back at how I functioned in that system before I found sound money, and sound money again for me was finding Bitcoin, and then the next layer of it is Caspa. And for me,
Yep.
I
100%.
have no doubt whatsoever of what this protocol is, but I know that I can't, most people can't relate to this. Like, yeah, people on the space can, but you know, again, 1 to 3% of the world knows about Bitcoin, and Caspa has actually interacted with it. 10% with crypto altogether. There's still proof of, you know, there's proof of work. People haven't distinguished the difference between that and proof of stake. You know,
Yep.
we're, you know, we shared it earlier in the space too. We're like in when the internet, where the internet was in the mid 90s. That's probably where we are with crypto,
Yep.
and this space, right? So there's just so much that we do not have a frame of reference. So the fears that Kara is sharing, and they're legit fears, you know, I don't want to diminish any of it. It's normal and natural, and that is why we're here. That we're here to speak on this, because I can 100% see the difference in how my life is and my family's life is, and like my connection to my parents is again, and how it is with my brothers. Like I am living it, but that doesn't mean I don't have those moments of, you know, I wonder, right? Because
Yeah.
there's no frame
100%.
of reference.
100%.
Yeah, so yeah, we're valid concerns, Cara. Like I'm with you there, and I think that's why we have to keep talking about this and just reminding ourselves like this is a completely different protocol that we're storing our energy and our value in, and we've never ever had this. So, and no frame
And
of reference. So like we're discovering it as we go.
and that's what I kind of feel like. It's almost like, I don't want to use the analogy of drugs, right? But like it's like you're weaning yourself off of dollars
Oh,
to get into something better.
that's a beautiful analogy. That's exactly
But
what it is, man. That's
but
what
you
the
know,
dollar is. Is it
exactly, right?
we've been injecting like I think of the you know the fiat rabbit the fiat hole that you get yourself into. You know, I listen. I've shared this before. I'll share it really quickly, but it's, you know, I looked at my brothers. My brothers have struggled. I have two younger brothers. I'm the oldest of three. I was really successful in the fiat world,
Yeah.
and I never understood. I always called them lazy, and I was just like, why don't you guys figure it out? Try harder, work harder.
Hmm.
I didn't get that most people are running on like a hamster wheel.
Yeah, yeah,
They're
right.
literally running on a hamster wheel. You can try as hard as you want in that system. You're being debased every second that you hold that money, and people don't even know about it, right?
Well, that's like Ray Dalio, right? Saying cash is
Yeah,
trash. You know, it's like you have to get into assets, something that has value and increases in value, and
yeah, absolutely. And then when you
you know,
know,
and
and then when you discover
when
this, it's like, oh shit. And then you start living it. Oh shit. Then you start moving your money into it. Oh damn. And then like your time into it as much as you
yeah,
can. So that's where I am right now. It's like, okay, I'm gonna run these spaces. I'm gonna go to Berlin. I'm gonna talk to people all
yeah.
day about Caspa. Uh,
Hmm.
you know. So,
I want to
but it's
push harder too. Don't get me
yeah,
wrong.
no,
You know, like
trust me. It's yeah. I'm sure everybody does, man. But it's not easy because again, this is like we're in untapped waters. We've never
exactly.
experienced this. You know.
And
So
and just like a quick like side note with the whole like talking about weaning yourself off the dollars, it's almost like we have to use the drug now because we're getting the smart contracts. We'll put the U.S. stable coin on Caspa, but like at least we know that if the miners are getting paid, yeah, we can send that U.S. dollar and people will be comfortable sending around the U.S. dollar, but at least Caspa is still there. And then eventually, if maybe you can get to the point where we'll just use Kaspa or whatever, you know.
Right. Well, it's
But
like that other system's not going to disappear overnight, and
no,
that's
and
what
that's
that's what we want. We want that. Is but it's like you have to. You know, this is why I preach it. I'm like, you got to live it yourself, and it
hmm
starts from like it literally starts from like within, and then you
hmm
spread that to the people around you. You know,
yeah,
um, I
100%.
I
Yeah.
thought my I haven't launched anything yet, but I've definitely thought of starting. I was talking to a friend about this today. I'm like, I should get a group together and really and really talk about living on a sound money standard. Like that's what we need to
Yeah,
do. We
right.
just need one person in every family to to figure this out and watch it spread. You know?
Yeah, it'll be like a slow burn, but
Yeah.
it'll happen. But like you
Slow
said,
and then suddenly it'll explode.
yeah, I think that's the thing. Like you look at things, they take time to develop. And then you have to also know, are you on the right technology? The whole the Gresham law thing, like you'll keep the better money and get rid of the worse money, and people will probably gravitate to something that's better. And I feel like, I mean, we're all here because we think CAF is better. We know it's better. I feel like we've all kind of done our research. That's why we're here, right?
Hmm.
But like that's the thing. It's just it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But it's like, when I start to look at like the crypto market and you look at all these other coins and, like you look at Cardano and these other things, they ripped so hard and went up so much in value. And it's like, here we are with a million times better technology. It's like, come on, why aren't people just jumping ship and coming over here?
Good things take time, man.
hmm
That's what it is,
Yeah.
right? All that other stuff was kind of it could have been propped up, but
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And like,
yeah,
like as Warren Buffett say, you got to be patient because patient you'll get rewarded for being patient.
exactly.
So, but yeah, listen, it's been cool. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna step down on the mic, but I'm gonna try to maybe eventually do a little more deep dive into KII, see what I can come up with, and present it in blockchain banter one of these weeks, maybe next week or the week after, and whatever.
Sounds great, brother. Yeah, we love it, man.
Yeah,
Have you back up,
for
man.
sure.
Appreciate you
Thanks.
coming up.
Thanks for letting me up, man.
Thank you.
Good talking to y'all. All right.
Thank you. You
Absolutely.
too.
Thank you.
So I just accepted Burke as a speaker. I wanted to just ask him about his Kaspa coins real quick. How you doing on your energy, Juan?
I just got fired up, so we're good.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good.
I hear you and I feel you. You're ready to go like another 4 hours. I don't know if we're gonna put up that long.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to just assume, because, yeah, all right. It's hard to tell, with us not seeing face to face, knowing how you're feeling and all of that.
And we're
So,
gonna do this on video next time, so
oh
you
gosh,
can see
no.
us.
All
Go ahead.
right,
We're good. We're good.
go ahead, Burke. Good. There
Hey,
you Hey.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I first want to just give you props. And yes, we can hear you. I want to give you props on those really cool coins that you're making. The silver Kaspa coins. They're beautiful. They're so beautiful. I saw that and I was struck. So
Hey,
great job on that.
well, I appreciate that. Hey, and thanks for having me on and on your very first episode. That's pretty cool, man. And
Yeah.
yes, Cara, I'm totally a dude. So, hey, maybe you guys should call this the directed silly graph banter, right? Instead of blockchain. I'm just kidding.
What? Call it what? You were breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry, directed a silly graph banter instead of
Oh,
blockchain. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah. Anyways, so I think Awan and I and Odie were up. We were up live talking last. This week's been crazy for Kaspa space, man. We were up this week trying to break the network. That was our goal. I don't think we hit it quite. But we're gonna try to break it this next week. I think is what's gonna happen. But yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me on. As far as the coins are concerned, ever since I found and researched Kaspa at well below a penny, I was always drawn to the logo and the meaning of it, and as being a person who does forging and foundry work, and I make stuff for local people here in the town who need stuff, done, who need certain metal items made. Um, I just really wanted to make, I really wanted to hold, a Kaspa coin, man. And I have the little thin aluminum one that we all get with our miners. I have that, but it's not the same, Like I wanted like a proper one, that, you know. So that was the whole reasoning.
Can I ask how long it takes to make one from start to finish?
Well, so it depends on the alloy. So like if I was gonna make one out of, I've been practicing my bronze game for, because I do want to do a nacho one. I'm thinking bronze, but it depends on the alloy. So like silver itself, I can get it. I can heat up. I can heat up my furnace and melt silver probably within about 15 minutes, and it gets liquid. Um, but okay, here's the biggest problem is the molds. The molds are very expensive to have handmade, like actually CNC made. That the Kaspa mold cost me $400, right? And I can only, so that means I can only pour one and then put my crucible away and then let it solidify, and then try to get the two-sided mold apart, which is extremely hot, and then dump that, put it back together. So a double-sided takes, and then you got to cut the sprue after they're done with that phase, and then you got to put them on a belt sander to get rid of the ridge, and then you got to put them on a buffer. It's probably about an hour per coin, I guess I would say.
Oh, that's really amazing. They're really beautiful. What are you using to shape the non-circular part of it? Are you hammering it or using what kind of tools are you using for that?
Oh no, I had the mold made that way, so the mold is not perfectly round. It is the proper Casper shape. So that aspect's done, and then I had the ridge, of course, put in on both sides as well. Um, it is a lot of work, but it's a love of passion more than anything. Just because I wanted it, and I don't care if they sell or not. I just I mean, what's crazy is that a dude, some kid from Norway ordered a silver, and then a chick from Canada ordered a silver. A lot of the Americans are ordering like the alloy version, which is cool and fine, but I didn't realize how much shipping cost was. And that's fine. It's all good. I don't really care. I just like doing it.
It's so cool. I gotta get my hands on one of those silvers. It's just the most coolest thing ever. And I love how handmade it looks, and it just reminds me of those old Julius Caesar coins. It just has that look and feel of something very ancient. I just love how you've put it together.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and that was my goal. It's like to make it, just reading up about Caspa. That's kind of what was the goal. What's interesting, and this is not a dig on anything, but what's interesting is you can't really patina silver to a green color. That would be bronze that you could get that color, and that's what my goal is going to be with the nacho one. And then the alloyed one, the one that's mostly tin and copper, I cannot get a patina on that at all. The tin protects it too much, so I can't get it as gnarly looking as say like a silver. The silver I can patina really really well. And if people don't like the patina, they could just easily soak it in vinegar and get rid of it and make it just like super shiny, because they are buff shine, like a mirror shine. But I personally like the patina, so I just put it on, and that takes a little while. But and then you could re-patina if you want. I have an about at the bottom of the page, how to go back and forth, if you want. But anyway, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I like that project you're working on, and I can tell it's a labor of love. It's really beautiful.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I love just work. Yeah, ever since, like I said, we're traders, and my boss and I, we argue about who found it first. But we've been in the project for a long time, and normally we trade in and out of a lot of projects, and we do really well. But when it came to Caspa, we were both like, I think we're just gonna maybe soft trade, but longevity. You know what I mean? And he's a pretty big YouTube channel, so that this just it's just something that we're really into. But most of the other stuff, yeah, we'll trade anything. But as far as Casper is concerned, yeah, it's more of a long term for us.
It's really awesome. That's really cool. My dad is a coin collector, and he got me kind of interested in coins, and then he ended up giving me all of his coins because he's getting older, and I've been going through them little by little, and it just made me really appreciate old coins from way back. And when I saw your Caspa coin, my eyes just got really big. I had hearts in my eyes. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at. Um, so I really am glad to, first of all, just hear your voice to tell you thank you for making it, because it just fills me with happiness and glee just to look at it. I can't wait to
Oh,
have my hands on one. It's
well,
so
thank you.
beautiful.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I don't, it's not for everyone. People look at it in the sense of, well, that's not the value of silver. Look, you're buying more of an art piece, or let's just say
Exactly.
like an NFT, right? It's not financial. It's not like an investment. It is for the lore or the NFT aspect of it. It's more for fun. It's not for yeah, right. I don't think people realize the amount of work that goes into doing this, and the danger. But you know, I don't care. Like I said, I love doing
Yeah, and see, that's the whole thing. To me, it's just it's how it looks, the craftsmanship. It just looks perfect, especially for those of us who love Caspa. It just has that lore of it, that sense of collection and story to it, and it gives you something tangible to hold when we're so used to digital. So it's just beautiful.
Right. I know one of my goals is to one of these days see my dude. He's in Singapore right now. And it was too late. I didn't get him anything to take, but it would be cool at these conventions to have some of these people be like, "Oh, I've got number 9," or whatever, and they show them off. That would be cool. I was thinking, like, I really want to do the nacho one, and I was thinking about numbering those, but a little bit differently. But anyways, yeah, it'd be cool just to kind of have them out there randomly. People would be like, "Where'd you get that?" you know?
So you had mentioned that they're numbered and limited. Are you going to have a capped supply? And if so, how many are you going to be willing to make?
Well, I kind of go back and forth on that. Right now, I only have 15 of the actual pure silvers. Um, a few of those have sold, right? But I started the stamping on them with 3 digits just in case, so I could. I don't know. You know people could brag about number 50. I don't know. You know what I mean? Depends on how popular they want to be, I guess. I don't. I love doing it, so I'll probably do it if the demand is there, right? But a lot of people like the alloys too because they're a lot more cost effective, and they feel and they cling like silver. And they're thick
Mm.
and they're hefty. They really like those, and those are not stamped, right? I'll make as whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure, really. I would like to maybe stick with 15 or 20 of the pure silvers and then move into like a nacho and then Nordic gold for the Bitcoin one. Make Nordic golds of those because Nordic gold looks just like freaking gold. It's beautiful, but it's way more cost effective, obviously. Yeah.
That's really cool. I don't know. I feel like 20 is a very small number. Personally, I would recommend a higher number. That doesn't mean make them all now, but I would suggest maybe making more available. I think it could actually increase what they're worth over time. Because I'm just thinking in terms of resale value, right? Because right now you're not thinking of that because it's just a labor of love and who cares about it as an investment. However, time has shown that very, very loved objects, especially something like this, could have a lot of resale value down the road, especially the silver one. Because if you watch things like Pawn Stars and they get appraisers to come in and look at things, they ask how many were made. And if it's too low, sometimes it's a hit or a miss because then maybe not as many people know about it because there weren't enough opportunity to have it. Whereas sometimes a one of a kind is just a one of a kind. But sometimes having a few hundred or a few thousand can actually increase the people's desirability for it, even though it makes it less, it actually makes it so that it's less scarce. So you would think that it would hurt its value. But
Right.
I would argue the opposite is true when it comes to something like silver. So I would just think about that.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I did a 3-digit number stamping scenario on them. I kind of started with that just because I wasn't too sure. It's like when you start, you do something you love doing, right? And you're like, I don't know if this is going to be anything, but I love doing it. And you know what's funny about saying that is after I poured these silver coins and polished them, and I hold them in my hand all together, and you hear them clinking, I don't even want to sell them, dude. Like, I don't,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like, I don't want them to sell, dude. I'm like, I don't care if they sell because, I'm just like here, like, oh my, dude, this is
Yeah.
way cooler than like generic
Yeah.
Buffalo Browns,
Yeah. I mean,
I
you're
don't.
holding on to a real treasure there. It's a real treasure. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to sell it either. I would want to hang on to it. So I
Yeah,
get it.
and the cool thing about them all being hand poured and then buffed and all that is and then toned, antiqued, is they're all different cosmetically, like shape wise, same wording, same weight, all that, but they're all technically different. Like there's not one that is the same. They're not stamped. They're all technically different. They look drastically different from each other one. So that's the other aspect is like, oh wow, my favorite is number one and number five and number eight. Right? I sent
Oh,
some I sent someone number one and I'm sending someone number eight to Norway apparently. I still have number five in my possession. Those are like my three favorites, but they're all, like I say, they're more. Some are more toned, some are less toned, whatever. But anyway, man, it's just fun to do. It gets I just like doing it. I like melting metal and making metal stuff. I can't work out of wood anyway, so I like doing metal. But yeah, it's fun. I like it.
wow. Well, I'm glad that you're doing that. That's really awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me on the space, guys. Congratulations on number one.
Yeah.
Number one.
Eh?
Wow. This has been so exciting to hear from so many people with so many different contributions to the project and perspectives and all of that. It's been such a learning experience.
I agree. I agree. There's a lot that I picked up, a lot that I learned tonight. Appreciate everybody that came up and chimed in, shared. It was great.
Mhm.
It was great.
And for next time, Juan, let's just remember to make me a speaker first and then a co-host.
You
Because
can, you can host it and I'll co-host. We'll switch on and off.
okay, But we just have to remember to make a speaker first and then a co-host, because Wolfie apparently, or one of them, liked my post about that. Wolfie's Bar, who's here actually. I
Oh,
believe that,
I see
yeah,
that.
they know that this is how it's done too.
Yeah,
So
we're new to this. We're newbies, and
yeah,
I think the yeah. So that this was my first time me hosting, because I think, yeah, you've hosted the spaces that we've done together.
yeah.
So
Well, we're both learning and we're both getting this, and now we know. So
now we know. Now
hopefully
we
next
know.
time will be better. And also something else I learned about this today is that Vivor, we have had users in there listening as well. They're listening through my phone, not through the desktop, because of our audio difficulties earlier.
Mm.
So maybe it'll be different next time when I'm a speaker instead of just the co-host in the beginning, because I had moved to my phone. So they have been very patient. They've been experiencing some lag. So they're hearing me probably loud and clear, but then they're hearing everyone in the space
Oh,
through my phone.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I said, hey, thanks for bearing with us. It's episode 1.
We'll figure it out. We'll be better.
Yeah. Yeah, we will.
Yes, we will.
It's really cool. This might be a good stopping point for us. I think we've covered a lot of material tonight. Um, we've just gotten some really good information. And I got to thank you, Juan, for agreeing to do this so late. I just really appreciate you.
I can sacrifice one day a night for all of this. This is totally worth it.
Oh,
I
good.
am really huge on my sleep, but I can sleep in tomorrow. I ain't got to be anywhere. I don't have a regular job, so we're good. I do have to take my son to school, but next week I won't have to. So,
Okay,
and what I'll do next week is I will take a nap in the middle of the afternoon, so it'll be like I already slept, right? Just in case,
that's a good
just
idea.
in case we go this long. I'm not saying we have to, but
Yeah,
you know.
that's what I did. I took a nap earlier
Oh,
just in
see,
case.
you took the nap for me. That was the issue. I was running around all day. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning, so
Oh
um,
my gosh.
yeah, but I was excited. It was a big day, totally worth it.
Well, you're a trooper. You have hung in there, and it doesn't sound like you've lost any energy at all. So I got to give you props on that. You're just amazing.
Make it while I'm making it. Yes. Well, awesome. Appreciate
Awesome.
everybody that came on. Any last words, Cara?
I want to just thank everyone for this conversation of dance and encouragement and positivity and learning from each other and allowing all of us to brainstorm and ask questions. And even if we feel foolish in asking a question, I'm glad that we've gotten answers that really just help us understand, which is what we're here for. And just learning about what people are going through. All of it's for, positive personal growth, business growth, economy growth, or I guess the correct term would be economic growth. So I just really appreciate all of it. It's great all around.
Yes, I'm with you. And all this conversation is absolutely, in my opinion, necessary. There are no foolish things that are said. Everything is meant to be said the way it's said. It was fun dancing with you in this conversation. I look forward to future dances and dancing with
Hmm.
all of you in these conversations. I get a huge kick out of this. Definitely worth all 4 hours being on here. This was awesome. Only episode 1, many more to come. And I'm going to leave with my little saying, which is one conversation at a time, be humble, be kind. Kaspa is vibrating at the frequency of truth seekers, and the truth is catching on. We'll see you guys next week.
Good night.
Good night.